Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello.
The Dalai Lama once said, just one small positive thought in the morning can change your whole day. So, to start
for the Museum of Science Boston with Guru Station Foundation
for fellows, Akshay, Pooja, and of course, ma'am.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2020 Development Dialogue. Lord Ganesha is the remover of all obstacles. So we'll be singing a song on Lord Ganesha. Akshata, Shweta Patgar, Rakshita, and Pooja Badgar will be singing along with me.
हर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा वर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा श्री शिव सुत करिवदनन निन्ना श्री शिव सुत करिवदनन निन्ना स्तुति सुवे अनुदिन पोरेयो प्रसन्ना स्तुति सुवे अनुदिन पोरेयो प्रसन्ना हर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा वर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा मंगल महिमने तुंग सुदेह्यने मंगल महिमने तुंग सुदेह्यने गंगाधर वर बालनुनीने गंगाधर वर बालनुनीने हर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा वर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा सुर नर पूजने परधर भव्यने सुर नर पूजने परधर भव्यने वर प्रतिभाकुर बालनुनीने वर प्रतिभाकुर बालनुनीने हर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा वर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा श्री शिव सुत करिवदनन निन्ना श्री शिव सुत करिवदनन निन्ना स्तुति सुवे अनुदिन पोरेयो प्रसन्ना स्तुति सुवे अनुदिन पोरेयो प्रसन्ना हर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा वर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा हर गिरिजातनया वर गिरिजातनया श्री गणपा. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cheshire Ma'am and team, for the wonderful rendition of that song.
We would now like to invite Bharti Aunty, Manjula Aunty, Vandana, Rudra, Manju, Irana and Ajja for the ceremonious watering of the plant, signifying the continuous support that DF provides to the rural community to grow and prosper.
thank you for the watering of the plant. Now it's time for this year's kickoff video, the Development Dialogue kickoff video, based on this year's theme, Technology for Impact and Scale.
ರೈತ ಬಾಂಧವರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆ ತೆಗೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಂಗೆ ತೆಗೆಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಸುಳ್ಳು ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಕುಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವ್ರು ದೇಶಪಾಂಡೆ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ದವರು ಬಂದು ನಮಗೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ತೆಗೆಸ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜಮೀನಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆಸಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತೈತಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕುಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರು ದೇಶಪಾಂಡೆ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ದವರು ಖುದ್ದು ಸ್ವತಃ ತಾವ ತೆಗಿಸಿ ನಮಗೆ ನೀರಿನ ಅನುಕೂಲತೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗೈತಿ. ಈಗ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆಯೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೈತಿ ನಮ್ಮದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
Gaining computer and industry standard technology skills have opened up many opportunities for me. It has given me the confidence to pursue my dream of working at an MNC. Now I am working in iMerit. Whatever I learn technical skills in Deshpande Skilling, it's helping me a lot in day by day work.
ನಾನು ಆರಿವರ್ಕ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ನಮ್ಮದು ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇಡೋಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈಸಿ ಆಗೈತಿ. ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮದು ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ ನಾವು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮುಂಚೆ ಬರೀ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಕೈಯಿಂದ ತೊಗೊಳೋದು ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದನೂ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಬರತ್ತೈತಿ. ಸೊ ಅವಾಗ ನಾವು ಅವರಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದನೇ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಫೋನ್ಪೇ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಸ್ಮೂತ್ ಈಸಿ ಆಗೈತಿ ನಮ್ದು. ಸೊ ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮದು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಭಾಳ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಆಗೈತಿ.
I am Sangesh Nadgodar, a founder of Intelligro Banksoft with a vision of digital transformation financial institutions. We started working with these financial institutions like agriculture banks, rural banks and microfinance to understand grassroots problems. Through technology, we are able to attain financial inclusion faster and scale solutions for farmer producer organization in a very sustainable manner.
Hope the video helped set a context for this year's Development Dialogue.
Now here is a story about a kid who is part of the National Cadet Corps, the youth wing of the Indian Armed Forces. Every Saturday, after the intense activities of the NCC, this kid, he received a food coupon for dosas, which is a tasty Indian dish. You had them in the canteen as well. On every fourth Saturday, he gathered his siblings, and instead of redeeming them alone, he took them all to this restaurant and had these dosas together as a family. These values of patience, generosity, and camaraderie have inspired us to build and grow Deshpande Foundation together. And he is none other than our very own Gururaj Deshpande.
Please put your hands together for our beloved co-founder, Gururaj Deshpande, to deliver the opening note for this year's Development Dialogue.
Thank you, Arundhati. Well, good morning. So good to see you all after 2 years of not being able to do this. Let me kick it off by introducing a very special person who's attended every development dialogue, and it's no other than my father, who is and very soon, in a couple of weeks, he's going to be 98. So I want to extend a special invitation to all of you to come back in 2 years, DD 2025, so that we can celebrate both DD and his 100th birthday. You know, I think just to set the context for what the conversation today is all about, we are looking at rural transformation, two approaches. You can take one village, each of these villages have hundreds of problems, and to really bring about the transformation, you do have to solve all the 100 problems. So there's two approaches. One is to take a village, a single village, and you do everything possible to solve all the 100 issues, and the village will get transformed. But it's turned out that even though that experiment has been tried, it has not been very successful, because most of the experiments that were tried were essentially putting a lot of resources, a lot of energy into one village, and then you can transform it, but as soon as you get out of there, it just goes back to its original state. So it doesn't bring about a systemic transformation, but also it's not sustainable. You can't do it across 625,000 villages. The other approach is to take one problem at a time and see if you can develop a sustainable, scalable solution to that one particular problem. Of course, solving one or two or three problems will not bring about the transformation, and that's why our tagline says, this is a step towards rural transformation. It's not really quite there. It'll probably take a long time, but at least it's a step towards it. And so, you know, last time when a lot of us got together, we talked about how the transition we went through within this foundation over the last 15 years. First 10 years, we were primarily grant-making agency. So we made grants to about 183 different organizations. A few of them have scaled, like Akshay Patra, Agastya, and so on. But most of the other ones had problems because they're under-resourced, they cannot be strategic, and so on. So 5 years ago, we actually stopped making grants and became an implementing agency ourselves. And I'm very pleased that 3 of our products now are looking pretty promising, that we can not only scale where we are in Hubli and Telangana, but also can take these products to villages in other parts of India. And those 3 products are farm ponds, bridging young men and women into employment, and bring confidence to young middle school kids in villages. And so we're now duplicating it in Maharashtra, and we're going to soon attempt in Rajasthan as well. But as they start scaling, and we feel pretty comfortable that we can actually achieve these goals, which is implementing 100,000 farm ponds over the next few years, bridging 100,000 young men and women into employment from rural India over the next few years. But none of this is possible without data. Data and discipline and process and standard operating procedures, strategic planning, financial engineering, all the stuff that you will have to use to build a profitable, well-run, well-executed company. And I'm very pleased that we are beginning to see the elements of it. This is just the beginning of the journey. But what I've seen since the COVID last 3 years ago is that, even though it took a little bit of time to get people who are actually working in the field, because we have about 1,000 people on our payroll, out of which about maybe 100 people come a little bit more from the strategic planning technology side, but 900 of them are actually out there in the villages implementing the programs. But the big change that I've seen in the organization is that it's those 900 people who are actually driving the progress of all of these things. They're the ones who are demanding technology. They're the ones who are saying, I need more, because now they've gotten a taste of it. And so today's conversation is all about how do we use technology and a lot of the practices that we use in businesses for the for-profit companies to scale and really have a big impact in the social sector. Not only just the programs we do, but programs that we do, everybody else does. Because, as I said, there's hundreds of problems, and not all of those can be solved by us. We need a lot of other people, hopefully embracing a similar approaches to bring about that rural transformation. So I think you're all in for a big treat today, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Desh, for those insightful thoughts in setting the context for this year's DD.
Next, we have Deshpande Foundation's video giving you a quick peek into all that we do here.
Dreams. They come in many hues, many colors. Dreams. They have a name. They have a home. Dreams have a million stories. Dreams hold their breath, raring to go, waiting to take off, soar high. Dreams weigh their wings, waiting to fly in the infinite sky. Dreams grow like paddy in soil. Dreams sprout in the mind of a child. Dreams are the bricks that build a house, or the world brick by brick. Come, let's build a new world. A new day is beckoning. Let's try. Let's fail. Let's leave a trail for those who are coming. Let's build a bridge, a raft, a road. Let's cross over, young and old. Welcome aboard. Come, let's bring water to the field, market to the yield. Come, let's grow opportunities on trees, spread aromas and fragrance. Let's expand the horizon. Let's instill confidence, Let's innovate. Find a sustainable solution. Let's help the vision. Start a revolution. Let's smile together. Let's dream to infinity. Look at a challenge as an opportunity. For nothing is more meaningful than a life fully lived. And nothing more beautiful than a dream that comes true.
We hope that this video get a quick peek into all that we do here at DF.
Next up, please join us in welcoming the energetic and talented Oli Spark team for an exciting dance performance.
Gama gama maga follow my lead. I'm in love with your body. Why? Needy baba, kare sani. Why? Bani sa sa.
प्रणवालय पाहि परिपालय परमेशी कमलालय श्रीदेवी कुरिपिंसवे करुणाम्बुरासी धीं तारा जतुलतो प्राणमे नाट्यं చేసే గతులతో నామశతం మూల నకులతో నాపైన నీ చూపు ఆపేలా वराहरूपं देववरीष्टं परस्मितवदनं वज्रदन्तधर रक्षाकवचम् शिवसम्भूत भुवि संजात ನಂಬಿದವಗಿಂಬು ಕೊಡುವವನೀತ ಸಾವಿರ ದೈವದ ಮನ ಸಂಪ್ರೀತ
That was an amazing performance. Can we hear it once more for the team, please? Thank you so much.
Now, we have an exciting lineup of sessions coming your way in the next few hours. We will be discussing how technology is transforming agriculture, how EdTech is democratizing learning opportunities, and how impact can be scaled through entrepreneurship. And at the end, we wrap up things with a session on impact through partnership.
The post-COVID world is in a unique position as we've witnessed the extraordinary difference that technology can make in our lives. The word remote has crept its way into the common tongues, as despite our differences, we have been able to stay connected through remote learning, remote work, and even remote commerce. Technology has been at the forefront of the work being done at the development sector.
At DF, together with our partners, we are impacting the lives of rural communities. Some of you witnessed some of it firsthand yesterday. The excited, confident kids in the village classrooms, the farm ponds, the cluster of artisans. There has been technology at the helm of it all. Right from deciding on the population and the area to cater to the monitoring, tracking, and analysis of impact. Technology has been instrumental. But none of this would have been possible without the help and support of our like-minded partners.
It is this shared vision that has brought us here together to have a dialogue about technology, which has been a major ally in our step towards rural transformation. This first session of the day will focus on a vision of the future where technology enables rural transformation by providing key capabilities to enable faster, cheaper, and better services for rural India.
So without further ado, please put your hands together for our star-studded panel. The iconic co-founder of Infosys and thought leader, Mr. Narayan Murthy. The pioneering founder and CEO of iMerit, Ms. Radha Basu. The CEO of the prestigious startup incubator, Khosla Labs, Mr. Shrikant Nadamuni.
This session will be moderated by our very own Mr. Shubho Biswas, the Global CTO of Deshpande Foundation.
Thank you, thank you. I'm super excited to be here among this esteemed panel, and I'm happy to welcome all of you to the first keynote panel of Development Dialogue 2023. I'm going to be the moderator of this session. My name is Shubho Biswas, and I'm the Global CTO of Deshpande Foundation, and I'm happy to welcome here our most esteemed and beloved Shri Narayan Murthy. Shri Narayan Murthy ji is the founder of Infosys, board trustee of the Institute of Advanced Study and the United Nations Foundation, the Ford Foundation, and many, many such hallowed organizations and institutions. And he has been honored with the Padma Vibhushan and the Padma Shri awards. Next we have Srimati Radha Basu. Radha is the founder and CEO of iMerit and the co-founder of Anudip Foundation. Radha was recently recognized as the CEO of the Year at the Entrepreneur Awards 2022. Radha served as the chairman and CEO of Sportsoft, and prior to that spent about 20 years in various leadership positions at Hewlett-Packard. And next, we have Shri Shrikant Nadamuni. Shrikant is the founder and CTO of Aadhaar, our beloved Aadhaar. Currently the CEO of Khosla Labs, co-founder and managing trustee of eGovernments Foundation, and has been on the board member of HDFC Bank. So thank you everybody for extending your warm welcome, and let's get started. So today's topic is technology for impact and scale. Well, what does it really mean? How can technology really help us deliver services and give us impact and do it at scale? And in fact, I'm going to prod a little deeper. How can it do it ethically? Yesterday, Mr. Narayan Murthy talked about empathy being a big part of how we do business. How can we continue to be empathetic and not get dehumanized, even though we may have a lot of technology in the adoption? So these are the kinds of deep technical as well as philosophical questions that we are going to explore together. So I'm very excited, looking forward to this discussion. But I'd like to start with Mr. Narayan Murthy. My first question to you is, Mr. Murthy, you have seen pretty much have the front row seat to technology, not only being developed in India, but across the world. What kinds of technology excites you, and how do you see technology serving humanity?
Well, thank you, Shubho. The purpose of science is to unravel nature, to understand the mysteries of nature. As you know, Einstein, perihelion of Mercury, and that led to his enunciation of the special theory of relativity and general theory of relativity. On the other hand, the purpose of technology is to use the principles of science to make life better for people. That is, reduce cost, improve productivity, enhance comfort, enhance entertainment, etc., etc. So therefore, technology has a tremendous power in ameliorating the lives of people, particularly people at the bottom of the pyramid. As we saw from the vignettes that were shown in the video of Deshpande Foundation. Now, regarding which technology has the most value to us, particularly in the context of rural transformation, a general statement can be made that almost every technology has the power to ameliorate the lives of the rural poor. But of all those, the most important need of a human being is basic nutrition, basic food. Once your belly is full, then you are in a position to take up any work to fulfill your objectives. And that is, the second would be education, because education is what provides you access to a broader horizon. Third is health. Now, of course, I could have put healthcare as the second one, because if you're not healthy, you can't even pursue education. To some extent, that's true. But if we pursue an education, we can even solve the problems of healthcare. So the thing that would excite me most about technology at this point of time, insofar as rural transformation is concerned, is what you would term IoT, Internet of Things. In fact, all the videos that we saw were referring to Internet of Things because they connected control of water to computers. They connected, switching on, switching off of lights to computers. They also talked about machinery that could be controlled by computing equipment so that the productivity of people, of farmers, increases. So the first thing that I am excited about is IoT, Internet of Things. And then you have all others, artificial intelligence, big data analysis, expert systems in artificial intelligence, etc., etc. But the one that would most excite me is connecting computing power to mechanical, electrical, chemical, civil, engineering appliances, so that the quality of life can be improved significantly.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And during the course of this discussion, we'll be happy to share some examples of exactly that we are doing at the foundation. Radha, what excites you about technology, and how do you see us using technology to serve humanity?
So, first of all, I think these deep discussions we're having and actual actions that are happening between technology, rural transformation, creation of jobs, and really impacting a larger group of lives makes it a very exciting time, I think, in industry. And to me, it's really, I'm fortunate to be in the midst of this time. So Desh was talking about taking a few things and working deeply in it. And for us, the three things that come together, and for me in my mind, is about looking at innovation from a frugal innovation point of view. Now, touch on a couple of things there. Looking at how to involve technologies to work with young people, especially young women, and using of those technologies to build products and companies at scale. And the inclusivity of workforces and the innovation around technologies so they can be applied to things like, and we particularly work, and a lot of the interest is in the vision technologies, and by that I don't mean glasses, I'm talking about computer vision. And computer vision is everything that we look at, and being able to work with the robotic vision, and that fusion of the robotic vision, computer vision, and the human intelligence, and bringing that to precision agriculture, medical AI, drone-based deliveries, and those areas are of real interest to us. And when I look at that and look at how, so then the question comes up, okay, you have a company, you have 6,000 employees, must be full of engineers and data scientists, and that's the way you can work in this area. And then when you look at the composition of the people, first of all, it's
ಬರವಲ್ದು ಅಲ್ಲೋ ಈಗ ಆಗಿಲಿಂದ ಬರೋವಂತೈತಿ ಈ ಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಮುಂಜಾನೆ ಇದು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಇದು ಯಾವೇನು ಹಾಕಪ್ಪ ಇದು ಹಾಕ್ಯಾರ ಅದು ಆಗ ಬರೀ ಹುಡುದು ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಸರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೈರ್ ಕಟ್ಟಕೋರಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರ ಹೌದಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ರಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋಗ್ರಾಫರ್ ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫರ್ ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹುಡ್ಕಾಕ್ ಕುಂತಿದ್ರು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ಯಾರ ಮೆಮರಿ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ನೀವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂದಿರಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ದು ಬರೋಲ್ದ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಈಗ ಇವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಾ
over 50%. So I have to be very careful and make sure that the other half is well represented. But there is a power in transformation of villages that comes from the transformation and empowerment of women, which comes through technology. And that, I think, is key to being able to take some of these things into rural areas, because you need that power, you need that confidence that it can be done. So for me, technology, being able to skill, empower, create the jobs, bringing those technologies into villages, maybe it's one model village that then goes into 1,000 not so model villages where it proliferates. That, I think, can happen a lot with that empowerment. And I know empowerment is like one of those words, it's like, you know, impact, goodness, things like that. But it is in the spirit and the inclusiveness of them that really takes this into bringing technology to the areas. So for me, that is very important.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you, Radha. Shrikant, yeah, you, please go ahead.
Yes, indeed. The finance minister in her budget speech a couple of days ago started with the introduction that said, in fact, referred to Aadhaar, CoWIN, and I think UPI as digital public goods that has sort of caught the imagination of the world. Some such that she used, I don't know the exact words. And that was very telling. And so when you ask about G20 and where is it that India can sort of play a leadership role in G20, I think certainly digital public goods is a good place to start. As Mr. Narayan talked about, we started the Aadhaar project almost 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago. And today, you know, 1.3 billion plus people enrolled. But more importantly, I think it was for the first time that a national project of the government of India had used a digital technology to transform a very important aspect of our lives, which is identity. Identity is everything what we think about ourselves as well as what other entities think of us. Okay. So if you look at it from a, you know, sort of a more broader point of view, it's super important to establish whether, you know, you live in this village or whether this card that you have ought to get you rations or get you the 100 days of guaranteed jobs and so on. So this provided us a way to do all of those things, 310 schemes of the government today running on that. And more importantly, I think it changed our mindset that we can transform our country through a digital
ನೋಡು ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೋರಿ ನೀವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ನಂಗೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಹೋಗೈತೆ ಅದು ಮಷೀನ್ ಅದು ಹೋಗೈತೆ ಅದ್ರ ಕೂಡ ಇದು ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಹೋಯ್ ನೀವು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಅದು
mRNA vaccine. They had Moderna vaccine. And she said, can you show me your earlier certificates? What have you had? And I pulled out my phone and opened my DigiLocker and showed the QR coded signed certificates. Right? If she had scanned it, and indeed if they connect to our system, you could see that it is signed by the government of India, that I cannot fake this.
ತಲೆ ಮುಕ್ಕಳಾಗುತ್ತಾನ ಎಲ್ಲ
Software or public digital good. So I think it's a huge thing for India to take the public digital infrastructure that
ಅವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದನ ಬ್ಯಾಡ ಅಂತಂದು
We are building another 8,000 just this year alone, and we have this audacious, ambitious target of building the next 100,000 soon after. Our machinery and our workforce is spread across 100,000 square kilometers. That's a huge area. We are working with about 12,000 students at any point in time across about 200 literally nation building happening as you speak. This is nation building. And in the process of nation building, we are using technology. We are using technology to understand a day in the life of our end user. We are using technology to identify all the villages where we can go and make a material difference. In fact, our aspiration is to understand each of the 625,000 villages of India as personally as if we live there, so that we can empathize and connect and deliver our services with the level of empathy that they deserve. So that's our aspiration, but that's just the way we are using technology within the foundation. Moving on, we're going to touch on a few somewhat controversial subjects, and then we'll end with a final question, so maybe another 10 more minutes.
Process way and
Sure.
a kind of great process often, you know, I think some people know that better than others. I think this, when we're talking about what Aadhaar has created, right, and it's brought the development, if we start to look, and which we are starting to, and take a lot of the technologies that are there, and India is literally, I would call it the playing ground for making those technologies pervasive. So I was trying to, as you were talking, writing something down. You know, to be able to do location data, urban planning, precise water resources, where being able to control the water going into from your ponds into the agricultural areas at the precision level, and using the IoT sensors to be able to do that. To be able to look at crops that are just before it's going to have a blight, and be able to catch that and be able to correct it. These are all things, and particularly also in the medical area, we talk about this in the last couple of days over the radiology annotation package, and if it could be there, and it could go out on mobile phones, and you could actually look at it and say, who has it's not diagnosing things, it's looking at, has COVID affected the trachea? Has it affected the lung? Looking at the scan and be able to pick that up. Those kinds of things can actually really proliferate in the country. And I think that when you could do that with something like Aadhaar, so I'm coming back to that, then taking these newer technologies and being able to take them globally can actually change the way, when we talk about self-reliant, the scale becomes exceedingly important. And so I was just sitting there thinking as we were talking about this, these are all technologies that are there. There are people who are skilled at it. How do we then take that, apply them? We have to apply them at certain small points and then be able to take them throughout the country. So I just thought that sort of to end this part of the conversation before you go into your AI ethics and biases and stuff, whether gotta take these technologies or not.
Sure. I think being very conscious and selective about how we apply them, right? Because technology, if applied willingly, can be dehumanizing. It can distance ourselves from the very people that we're trying to serve. And so that's where ethical AI comes in. That's where retaining empathy while delivering technology comes in. And so I'm curious, Mr. Murthy, how do you see the risk of using technology perhaps in a reckless way? And we have seen numerous cases where AI and machine learning engines have given biased recommendations, biased data, and the obvious problem, of course, is the cars not driving themselves safely. But the even more insidious problem is the corruption in the viewpoints that this can create in terms of mass media, right? So generally speaking, how do you see us keeping our sanity and sensibility around using technology in an ethical way? Any thoughts?
Well, I am of the firm belief that the most important ingredient required for a nation's development is a culture. Culture of honesty, culture of hard work, culture of discipline, culture of being open-minded to learn from people who are better than us, etc. So this layer of culture is the highest level. Next, technology, all other things, education, agriculture, technology, everything will come. But that issue of transforming our culture is a very difficult process. Those of us who have read Max Weber or Franz Fanon or even Mahatma Gandhi, we realize that transforming the culture of even a company from one level to another is very difficult. Second, the culture gets back to its original level. As it happened in Infosys in 2015, we all know what happened there. So all the work that we had done for 34 years was completely destroyed by one issue. Therefore, similarly we have seen, our Prime Minister is working so hard on Swachh Bharat. When you go around the city here, there are so many places where it is so dirty, litter, the whole place is litter. So therefore, even before we can look at all these issues, the most important thing, the one thing that would excite me most is if somebody can invent a technology that will help our people transform their culture. No, seriously, that's very practical. But already, for example, Srikanth and they have already done one aspect of it, and that is they've reduced corruption by using direct benefit transfer. That's a very important contribution. There is no doubt about it. But it has not happened in every area. For example, in large infrastructure projects. Many areas are there. So my hope and my prayer is that, like Srikanth and Nandan have all done, I hope our people will invent a technology that will transform our culture to one of honesty, hard work, positivism, working in a team very productively, and then accountability, etc., all the good things. Then I can tell you, growth will be unbelievably fast. So that's my view. It is somewhat controversial, but this is the prayer of a 77-year-old person.
So relevant. In fact, I think at the Deshpande Foundation, we have in fact stepped into that journey of using technology to create a cultural transformation. Let me just share a simple example. So most of the problems happening in rural India are almost like, the famous story about 5 blind men looking at this elephant 5 different ways, right? And what we are trying to do is through technology connect the dots and present a unified view of what's happening, taking the blindfolds off. And our aspiration is to use that as a way to motivate, to rally, to create consensus and bring people together. And naturally, in an organic way, drive that cultural transformation, because we are all viewing the same problem the same way and not pulling in 5 different directions. So I think it's possible. We are absolutely, keen to contribute in that direction. But I'd love to hear, maybe go with Srikanth and then come to Rao on that.
Sure. The ethical use of technology, immediately the thought that comes to me is the studies that have been done on AI models that have been quite biased. And AI models can discriminate as well as human beings can do. And the reason is the training data that the AI model is learning from is human behavior, right? So if you use data that is biased, the AI models are also going to discriminate. They're going to do, it's been shown. There are studies very clearly showing that there's gender bias in the way AI models give you outputs. There is racial bias in many areas on credit, depending on, which race applies for a loan, you might get different kinds of answers while, when you're feeding the same kind of input just based on race and so on. So there is a great danger. This is the sort of the other side of the sword, the bleeding edge of technology, where if you don't take care of some of these issues, you're going to have the same issues that you have in, our current human behaviors will be aped in the negative sense as well. So that is one thought. The second is, I think about English versus Indian languages, especially in the context of AI. If much of the internet is in English, if the GPT models are all learning from Wikipedia, and there is not enough in Indian languages, what happens to the Indian, maybe less literate, who wants to, in fact, he or she might need GPT much more than the well-read people with multiple degrees, right? People with multiple degrees can figure out answers. That's what they've been trained to do. But what if it's an illiterate person who wants an answer about something which ChatGPT can certainly do, but I don't know English, right? So what happens when large language models, all of the internet, AI models, all of these are based on systems that people in our country are not comfortable with? I worry about that. In fact, there's a, I think the government announced education for engineering and medicine and the sciences in Indian languages. And I was actually sort of conflicted when I read that news. While it is, while, there is the aspirational idea even for the poor that if I send my kids to an English school, they get a better job, which is true, and we need to support their choice to learn English. There is also the issue that decades and decades, 67% of our people living in rural areas are not comfortable in the language, and if they need to go and become doctors and engineers, it's a big hurdle to cross, right? So I think the ethics around AI, and especially language in India, I think is an important one. I hope that we slowly also grow the curriculum in our local languages. We also create enough data, or at least create models that will work in our languages. There is a very good work by Vivek Raghavan, who was also with us at Aadhaar, who's written this model called Bhashini, which is translating across, I think, 17 languages, Indian languages, brilliantly, right? So we need more of that work to happen. So those were some thoughts around ethics, but more to do with English versus Indian language.
Very good. Radha?
So I would love to have technology that changes culture or develops culture. It would be good to be able to do it. And I think as a 73-year-old, a little younger too, maybe I'm few, look at it a little bit differently in that there are two aspects of this. One is you look at technology and how it can create cultural mindset. Another thing is you work with the young people, particularly the kinds of people that you're working with, Shubho, and we are, and right at the beginning, you start to use technology, the same technology, to start to create cultural awareness, mindset awareness of the honesty, of the ethic in the workplace, of being able to contribute to those AI models, which can be biased if you don't train them with the right data. I will give you one example, which, going back to the medical one, in radiology annotation, which didn't occur to the radiologists that we work with, which was the fact that we looked at a large amount of data, and data looked at of scans from India, from China, from the US, actually provide you different kinds of ways to train the models. We kind of figured, well, we're not medical people, and figured, well, these scans would be all contributing towards the same type of models. But the kinds of edge cases and anomalies that you see in the data models, where you're dealing with a large set of annotations from 3 different cultures.
Well, I'm confused. Anatomically, we are identical.
Exactly, anatomically we are. But in the way that diseases are expressed, so what are you doing with the data? You're not just creating a picture of the heart, right? You're actually looking at where the diseases are, what kinds of diseases. So diseases themselves can be different, right? If COVID affects the diseases, that's one thing that there have been in the models. In fact, in looking at being able to do some automation with cataract surgeries, and those were 2 projects that many of the dentists saw yesterday. So my point is that you start from the young people, and I'm a big believer in the power of youth, and the fact that the youth can transform the country, and you start with that, and using technology at that cultural mindset level. That is one thing that I believe will actually permeate into and proliferate and permeate into various levels, and that can itself will also create tension for those very people who are creating a different kind of not so ethical area. And technology gives you that transparency. So I think that power of working with the youth makes a huge difference. I think the other thing is, coming back to this topic we were talking about, generative AI, ChatGPT, things like that. There's some interesting studies now of looking at presentations being made, and I won't say just politicians, but I would say people broadly, and looking at how much of that ChatGPT is looking at it, analyzing it, and determining what is true and what is not. Now, I don't think we are quite that, Mr. Murthy, as really being able to put that technology, listen to a person and say this is incorrect or this is dishonest. And I'm not even sure it is about dishonesty. It could also be about just having the wrong piece of data. But those kinds of things are starting to happen. And I think that if you kind of bring the two together, the bottoms up in terms of working with young people and using technology to create that very training and the skilling and the basis of ethical, honest ways in developing corporations, companies, governments, wherever, and at the same time be able to use technology to do cultural mindset differences. Maybe we will be able to bring this mindset change.
Yes, sure. This one anecdote that when I was in California a couple of months ago, I met Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI that has created ChatGPT. And we were talking about sort of an ethical dilemma between, do we do a for-profit startup, do we do a foundation for some particular project? And then he said, Srikanth, OpenAI scientists are trying to create a model where it reads the entire works of Mahatma Gandhi, everything that he has written, right? And then you ask it questions. And it will respond as though Mahatma Gandhi is giving you an answer for a current problem. Right? I found it on the ethics side of things, I found it very interesting.
That is very, yes, yeah.
And if you could make a generative AI moving video of Mahatma Gandhi with lip syncing with that advice, then we would be having a hologram of Mahatma Gandhi sitting right here. But that's the world that we are going into. I know we are almost at the end of our time here, but that's, those are the kinds of powerful imagery that we should, try to perceive. So I'd like to ask Mr. Narayan Murthy, speaking to the youth of today who are going to be here, 10 years from now, what do you see the world looking like? What does a rural person in rural India, what is their life going to look like, a young person, and what would you wish their lives to look like?
Well, there is no doubt at all that Indian political leaders have focused on equity, have focused on bringing down the differences between rural child and upper middle class, urban child. These are all very good things. I'm very proud of what they're doing. And there is a very important role that non-resident Indians have played in this. I think Deshpande Foundation is a wonderful example of what highly educated, highly accomplished, and of course there is another bus also here, highly educated, highly accomplished non-resident Indians can do in order to bridge that gap between rural, poor, and the urban middle class. I have had umpteen debates with ministers in Vajpayee government and ministers in Dr. Manmohan Singh's government on how we should welcome these non-resident Indians with much respect and much admiration, because they don't need to do this. They have crossed the pond. They are on the other side of the pond, that is Atlantic Ocean. They don't need this. But they are doing it. Everyone, 100% of them have their heart for the betterment of India. They are doing it. There is no need for other to come and spend 6 months in a year. Why should they do? but they're doing it because their heart is in the right place. So my only humble prayer to our political leadership and our bureaucracy is to welcome these people with open arms and to reduce all friction to these people adding even more value to it. First, there are two reasons. By and large, these are very smart people. I mean, there is no doubt about it. They are very smart people. Second, they are not asking us for anything. They are not asking us for money. There is nothing. They are doing all of it out of their own resources. Third, they are genuine people because they are not doing it because there is some vested interest. So therefore, if we want, as the founders of our country had said, that they had said they want to see an India where the poorest child in the remotest village will have good access to basic education, basic health care, good nutrition, and good shelter. And finally, more importantly, hope that their progenies will see a better India. If we can make that dream of the founding fathers a reality by embracing the non-resident Indians who come with tremendous value, I personally believe that our movement towards that objective will be hastened. And I hope our politicians and our bureaucrats will listen to this humble prayer and in some way make their lives more comfortable when they come to India and when they transact businesses. That's all. I don't want to say because that's somewhat controversial. It's me stop. That will be
Thank you, Mr. Murthy. So in other words, you're encouraging us to try and make every one of the 625,000 villages into the model villages that you said. And that would be a fantastic state of being.
I will say it in a very respectful way. My respectful and humble request to our finance minister is to bring back the number of days of stay of non-resident Indians from what is now, that is 120 days to 183 days, because that will make the life of these people even better. Number two, we will receive more time of these extraordinary people. And number three, it also has an impact on startups in India. I don't know how many people of you know that 8,000 startups have been registered in Singapore, not in India, in Singapore. Why have they registered? Because they are also human beings. They want access to hard currency that is respected, that is accepted throughout the world. So if we want those startup entrepreneurs to create more and more jobs in India and make sure that all the operational details of their enterprises to scale up is all under control, then they have to spend more time. Why not 250 days? I don't understand. You see, by reducing from 180 to 120, all that country has done is it has not gained any extra tax. No. all that it has happened is we have lost the presence of these wonderful people by 63 days. So therefore, my humble, my respectful, the request of this old man to our Honorable Finance Minister is to bring back the old regime. In fact, I would say go ahead and increase it to 250 days. How? Country is not going to lose anything. Country will only benefit if we can see a Desh or rather somebody 250 days, because they are in this country to make this country better, not for them to get some advantage. No. Therefore, that's all what I wanted to say, and I have said it. Thank you, Mr. President.
I was wondering whether you would address that. That's why. Yes, we do now, people can I calculate. You have this whole spreadsheet and you're calculating, and you're looking at, okay, did I land at 31st or did I leave on the 1st, this kind of thing. You should not be thinking about that. So, what is it about working in India? What is that deep feeling we have, and why is it something that I can now personally, I could say, every moment that I spend in our centers, with 10 centers, 7 of them are in India, and see, and I know I told you the average age of our company is 24.1, so a lot of young people. And you see that spirit that can do that, eagerness to learn new things. There is no baggage for these people. Somebody actually asked me, this is not saying anything about BPOs, which just said to me, I was saying something about, well, I don't want you to work like us. They said, Dee, what's a BPO? And I was like, good grief. Do I have to tell you what a BPO is? And I realized that they come at it entirely born digital, born mobile, and born with a can-do attitude. Rural people juggle things. They can juggle things in diversity, in adversity, and they have resilience much more than all of us who were born and brought up in cities, because we're used to a certain level of comfort. It creates an awareness about the power of the kinds of people that we are bringing into the workforce. So I'd like to see in 10 years, again, older people can only dream. I'd like to see in 10 years not to be having a conversation about that rural person and can they do this work, particularly in technology. I can tell you it's a microcosm of experience. It's a small number of people, but I'm absolutely convinced with the right kind of skilling, with the right kind of opportunities, and very much the right kinds of technology, we can build large companies that are maybe 70, 80% young people from rural and minority and different kinds of marginalized areas, because they have, and especially with technology now, the skilling is possible, the exposure to what is needed is possible. They're thinking about when you can take somebody who's coming from a rural community and you can actually train them in, say, radiology anesthesia and looking at diseases, and they can be trained. Somebody yesterday asked a question, do you have a medical background? They were like, none of them have medical background. It is possible. And I think as you get older, hope is very important. So we need that hope of looking out 5, 10 years. And I think back also to 30 years ago when IT was not a word. And that completely transformed middle-class India. So why can't we now transform all of rural India? We don't think, or we don't say that's something separate anymore. So we're not looking at workforces, companies, large companies, value creation in terms of people in metros, but that it can happen naturally with young people. And I don't want him having this discussion about rural development as a separate. I want that to be integrated into the fabric and fiber and the DNA of every company that's good. So that is my.
Thank you for the war cry, Radha. That's a vision that I think we should all take up. Shrikant, your final words, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, well, you know, before Aadhaar in 2008, the banking account penetration in the country was 17%. And at the rate we were going, it would take us 46 years to get to 80% bank accounts for the people, right? I mean, this is loans, savings, various products. Thanks to the KYC that Aadhaar did online, the 46 years became 6 years. Within 6 years, we had 80% of penetration. I'm hoping in the next 10 years, I mean, the UK is doing 7 billion transactions with zero MDR, zero merchant discount rate. It is free for all, right? The other report that came out about education was unflattering about our progress in education. I'm hoping this digital transformation now goes into education, goes into literacy in education. I don't know whether it's ChatGPT, whether it is amazing work is being done here at the Deshpande Foundation and all the things that are happening here. But I think we need to see the next 10 years a rapid improvement in our literacy and education. What we have done in financial services, we've suddenly given 80% people bank account access to loans, savings, maybe even mutual funds, and so on. We need to do in education. We haven't. We've got healthcare. We have underinvested in healthcare like no other country, right? Thanks to COVID, the soft underbelly, the weak healthcare system got exposed in some sense. So I think they are increasing not only the budgets, but I think there's a lot of work going on. I think in the next 10 years, I'm hoping, whether it's AI or vision or ChatGPT or whatever it is, we improve healthcare systems. So in the next 10 years, I'm hoping the fact that digital transformation showed us a way to solve some of our problems, whether it was identity, whether it was payments, whether it was financial inclusion, I'm hoping that we take this to healthcare and education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have covered the whole waterfront of technology, and we have really delved into both the technical and the philosophical aspects of technology for impact and scale. So with that, thank you all for your attention, and thank you, our dear and esteemed panelists, for your participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that insightful session. We would now like to request Mr. Srishal Kamli, CTO, Deshpande Foundation, to present the mementos to our panelists.
Thank you so much, panel, for that amazing discussion. Just a few points to pulling out from there, just to highlight and wrap up things. Just want to thank Radha Basu ma'am for highlighting technology like computer vision and deep technology to solve the rural problems, and also highlighting the role of women. And also, like just like how Rana Moody said, wrapped up, I think tech is the leveler that we have here. And so thank you so much, panel, for that wonderful session.
Before we move further, let us break and gather back in 15 minutes for the next sessions on how technology is transforming agriculture and education.
ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿ
So first of all, I want to connect because this point relate to my personal journey also. Because I came 11 years before in Deshpande Foundation in Deshpande Skilling, learning English and computer from Rajasthan, a small part of Mewar. And I am the first generation graduate from my family. So how capability, if you build capability, so it's transformed whole family. And my father sold half of land, 10 bigha land. We are the first person in village who sold land, and 6 years I did not went village because of that guilty. So then I decided, I need to learn and go back. So my last year, 10 year journey, 10 plus year journey in Deshpande Foundation, because we lots of time, we have an idea and we very well articulate, but it not relate to the farmer, what farmer needed. Because lots of solution came and they failed, because it's not co-created. So my thing is either technology or any new approach or better approach, it should be co-created through farmer and the founder or the technology. That's the experience. So if I take foundation, our example, so we work with, as like everyone maybe, what farmer needed. So we started Better Cotton Initiative before Farm. Then under Better Cotton Initiative, we have one program like water management. So most of farmers say, hey, it's a waste of time because we don't have water, how we can manage the water. And then idea came. So we validate this point in another 50 villages, and that's way Farm program started. So we have done 150 free, and we just tested either it's make impact on farmer life or not. And then we done around 7,000 through cost sharing. So now we want to do 100,000. So earlier we used to go and select every site, but when you want to do 100,000, it's not possible. You need technology. So technology which serve humanity. So I think that's best part, and that's why we were able to now each employee. Even I did my master's in political science, and I had agriculture program in Deshpande Foundation. So it's not rocket science. You can learn everything. So I think it's more building local community, bringing right technology which everyone can use. I think that's my experience. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, Manoj. You can be a better articulate of the things that you have mentioned. Is really great. Yeah. We will come back to you on the same thing. I think there are more stories that you can come out. But I want to come back to Sanjay. Sanjay, in this entire context, you are coming from the biotech field. So as a technology and for agriculture, how do you foresee this?
See, even before biotech, there is some other tech which is missing, which is communication going to the farmer. Wow. In 1960, Green Revolution onwards, Government of India has practically stopped extension services, and farmer is no longer getting the information. So the dealer becomes a de facto communicator to the farmer. So even if you develop technology, products, solutions, anything, if the intermediary who is taking this information to the farmer has a vested interest, then that will never ever serve any purpose. So that's where foundations can play a much bigger role. The void which the government has left, that is required to be fulfilled, and that's, I think, we have to find a hybrid model between technology and human intervention to address this issue. Thank you.
Good. Very short answers. Huh?
If you do this, you solve 99% problems.
I think very well said. I think you mentioned that the core for the agriculture to be solved is the information.
See what happens, suppose if farmer needs to use only 40 grams of pesticide, but the dealer gets commission on by selling 200 grams. So dealer will sell 200 grams and farmer will use that, and you will have internal poison in your food. Right? So where do you break this chain? Only the communication can break this chain. The technology by itself is not a solution. The communication is a much bigger problem today, and that is what we need to address through technology and human intervention put together.
Thank you, Sanjay. I'll come back to you, Shashank. You mentioned a very critical point of information. So in your technology that you are doing at Behat, how do you address this entire game of information to the farmer and how does he use it?
So I think needless to say, more personalized, customized, regionalized. And I think the previous question what you asked, I think without technology it's not possible. Forget about state, forget about district, you go from one village to another and things change. Right? The texture of soil, maybe the water table, maybe the sowing date of the crop or the variety. So obviously if you aspire to provide regionalized, personalized, customized advisory, obviously it's possible only through technology, but I think that's one very core philosophy. But again, in our case, with the journey of Dehat, I think the overall journey has been thoroughly bottom up. So we have been learning from our own grassroots experiences, and during early days itself, somehow we learned that standalone information to Indian farmer, it doesn't help. It might sound as an exaggeration, but again, that was our inference that just the information, it doesn't help. And in fact, from the psychology perspective, in fact, we found it even more, depressing for the farmers. Right? So someone who is selling, let's say, potato at 8 rupees kg, and you're giving them information that you can sell 15 rupees kg in that market, but technically that farmer is not in a position to take the produce to that market. So in a way, in fact, as a family, they start feeling bad that someone else is getting 15 rupees, I'm getting only 8, and like, I have not done anything wrong. So number of such things. So that's how basically we built our thesis that the information has to have a follow-on action. And two, again, even for that follow-on action, there has to be a hand-holding. There has to be an affordability as well as the accessibility question. And that's how the whole construct and the model of Dehat was conceptualized. That yes, we definitely want to provide customized information to every farmer, every week, highly data-driven, but every single information has to have a follow-on action, and even for that action, basically, again, our physical Dehat center is going to be there, close to the farm gate, in the catchment area of 3 to 5 kilometers itself, so that again, the farmer, again, because of having the small ticket size of transaction, they can't go to 50 kilometer far point of transaction also. So that's how this physical as well as digital mode of, or the model of execution, basically we conceptualized. Right? So number of things. I mean, for every single thing, the information is linked to that. Right? So for example, if we have to tell a farmer that any information related to weather, it doesn't go like this is the temperature, this is the wind speed, this is the relative humidity, because for a farmer, again, they can't process it. Okay. So yes, I think that's the larger thing. And then the third thing is that the crop agnostic. And that's how I think we have built our capability over the years, and I still believe that it's still a beginning, it's a long, long way. That for every single crop or for every single variety, how you can have the same philosophy of information, action, and action related to whether it's related to the input linkage or the market linkage or the linkage to get finance or insurance and everything, so that they can get everything related to agriculture under one roof. And then this roof has to be closer to the farm gate. And then something what Sanjay mentioned, right? I think so. Then we see the power, right? And then they actually listen, and not just they listen, but they also start acting towards this. So, yeah.
What do you say, Vinas? I mean, how did you use technology to make your farm ponds?
So very good question. So the phase first we have done like 150 is full grant. Phase second 7,000. Worth of 50 crore, like almost 75% contribution comes from a farmer and 25 we raise. But now we want to achieve 100,000, and it's a fully all costs come from customer, our beneficiary farmer through loan. So when you and our as a foundation, our promise is 100% loan repayment. So when you promise 100% loan repayment, so your product quality should be very high. Because now the way we run 7,000, my team used to go and select site and guide farmer where to put inlet and outlet. Now you cannot do as like so. So when you want to go 100,000, your product should be same. It's like mobile, either any model, iPhone, it's in India or America or anywhere, it's the same. So farm ponds should be seen like same. In social sector, I think we lack sometimes because one plot is different, second is different. So how do we bring? And then, red flags. So we see like as I have 400 people team and last year experience I will tell you. So we were very well prepared. So but we somehow not able to achieve our target because the red flags is like 2 months later we know what is the problem and then time already gone because we have 90-day window. We need to construct every day 100 farm ponds if we want to reach that 100,000. So how to get red flag every day, every hour? It's only because of technology when your team use technology. So now we are sitting here, I know what happening today. Where things is not going well and going well, where things not going well, we need to immediately take decisions. So your response time is very, very lesser. Second, as like Sasank said, Dehat, like we need to, when farmer, water is the biggest multiplier, their income increase, they get good input, but where they sell. So until unless you know how much metric ton like green gram came or any fruit, the institutional buyer will not come. So it's possible only because of the technology, you know in today which area, how much metric ton green gram is coming and guava is coming, papaya is coming, then you negotiate. You see it's power. So I think that's the technology power and I can see even when we used to do 1,000, so it's like very hectic and stress. Today we want to 100,000 and I have my 40% time to chit-chat people because it is possible because of the technology and we can seek new ideas, we can build our capability. So I think that's where whole thing's going and that's why like thanks to Subo. So first time like we were having in foundation 41 apps. Every new startup want to come here and digitalize things. But actually is not solving the problem. When Subo came, he co-created this solution. Everybody is following, every field staff, 900 field staff following the same thing. So it's only possible when we co-create. So I think that way we are coming and long way to go. Every day we learn and we hope how do we improve that. And we are thinking this farm pond project as a product. So every pond should be qualitative, every farmer should be able to create credit worthiness. So tomorrow every bank say, hey, I want to be part of this program. That's a commitment and technology is big enabler. And I can see last like 2-3 years, so we hope this will be the game changer in the country and other part of the world. Thank you.
That's really brilliant. I think you are a very big inspiration. And you mentioned 1 or 2 major points in your conversation that co-creation is the way to go. If you don't understand the sector, the farmer, you won't be able to create the solution. Not everything is directly driven to the person, but it has to be an enabler that changes the economic model of the farmer, if I'm right. Yeah. So coming back to the same point, I think we have the FPO, Sahyadri, which has done significantly better compared to any FPOs in the country. I think there are some very deep insights on which this was built. It included technology, it included human power, it included something as trust. So what are your thoughts on that?
So basically, hello?
Close it.
I think on the information side, as other speaker they rightly said, there is a huge gap at different level, at the farmer level, production related issues, climate related information, multiple other stakeholders, their connection with farmers. So I think that is the one issue which we need to address. But the most important issue which we also need to understand is the consumer expectation about the food, about his day-to-day diet. So as a consumer now we know that everybody is looking for food safe product, healthy product, and also that he expects that that should be affordable. So that is the basic expectation of any consumer, whether he is from local market or from the overseas market. So that is the reality. And that problem also we need to address with the technology. So when I am giving any claim about my product as a farmer, if I am saying that my product is organic or my product is safe, so how the consumer can believe on that my claim? That is one area which we need to address. There are certification processes, there are some audit systems, but I think there are limitations for auditing system. We can create big data, we can have a lot of different challenges with this system. But with technology, we can solve this issue. That we realize at organization level. Our journey has started with Europe Market Export in 2004. Before Sahyadri, it was just a small 10 farmers group, and in 2004, I did 4 containers export to Netherlands. And from there, our journey has started. So that gave us the consumers view, that understanding of the consumers' expectation. Because in Europe market, we know the laws are very stringent about the food safety standards, and consumers are so well aware about all these issues. NGOs are they are having good control on all these issues. So you cannot play with the market on this side. So as a farmer, though you have a lot of issues, whether you are a small farmer, you have a lot of difficulties around you. But if you want to crack that market, you need to fulfill all that standard. So that is a basic expectation. And at a small farmers level, it's a big challenge to understand the customer's expectations, and then specifically the customer facing stakeholders like the supermarkets, how they are dealing with the different products. They have a lot of options. It is not only the India, there are multiple options like India, in the same period if South Africa is supplying grapes, Chile is supplying grapes. So they have options. So you have to compare with all these options, and accordingly you need to improve your standard. So that is your core challenge. And that challenge we understand on organization level from the beginning, that we have to solve this challenge on the consumer side and also on the farmer side, the core issue or the core expectation that my farm should be profitable unit, whatever the size, whatever the circumstances, but it should be a profit-making unit. So considering these two stakeholders' expectation, then we need to create a complete ecosystem, which will be a technology-enabled system, and in that we can give assurance to the customer that this product which is coming from the different farm, whether it is our 1,000 farms handled by 500 plus farmers, but all these farms are producing the same quality standard as per your market expectation or as per your personal your expectation, and that assurance is coming because of the technology solutions. So in the initial period from 2004 to 2010, during that period, APIDA has created a grape rate system. So that was one our tool, and now also implementing. But from 2010, we realized that instead of depending upon the government system, we should have our own in-house technology solutions, or we should have some partnership with the technology companies to make that tool more and more perfect. So last years we are working with technology companies to create these solutions, to create all the traceability systems, and also one more important challenge to create efficiency at different levels. So that is a big challenge we need to address in our small scale farming. And though we are having small lands, but still our efficiency should be with the global market. Because we are competing with the global market, that is the reality. Whether I am selling in Nasik or in Mumbai or I am selling in London, but competition on the global level. Somebody can bring his products in my market, that is also possible. I can also sell my product in overseas market. So both things are possible. But now then, considering this competition, my efficiency should be as per my global competition. So for that, I need to improve my quantity. I need to improve my quality as per that market, and that is that should happen on the farms. So their technology is playing a real role, because for creating the standard at different farms. So that is a base solution to have control on different farms. So whatever the things are happening on the farm, daily all the whatever the activities farmer is doing, whether it is the irrigation management, pest disease management, or nutrition management, if that data is coming on real time in the system, then you can give right advice, you can guide him in the right way, and that impacts on the overall your quality and productivity. plus the day-to-day challenges on the climate change side, on the weather side, information side, that also you can address with the with digital tools. All these things happen in Sahyadri in last 10 years, and that gave us real strength to create ecosystem around our crops. Our crops are all our perishable crops. We are doing only horticulture crops, grapes, tomato, pomegranate, mango, bananas. All these crops are having different challenges. Perishability is a big challenge, but seasonal nature is another big challenge. So you have to handle these challenges on the production side level and also on post-harvest side. So that happens because of these different technology interventions at production level, post-harvest level. On market side also, we have now full-page traceability system for all our commodities, irrespective of the market. We are selling our products in Nashik with full traceability. Same system we are providing to the European customer. So that is creating trust between the customer, and that helps to create a market, to create a better value for our members.
Thank you, Vilasji. That's a wonderful answer. Very brilliant. I think you are one of the only guys who are kind of in the FPO segment doing extremely well. Because you need to leave, Shashank, I have the last question for you. Shashank, there's a lot of things that have been talked about here. Technology usage, you have been using it. This is a very typical question. How do we go forward from here? What is that India requires to replicate this and make it across board? That's one question that most of us would have in our mind. And what are the key challenges behind it?
So again, I will not talk about technology because I think that is established. But I think the foundation of technology has to be built to ensure interoperability. For example, when it is mentioned, right, that at some point in time you guys had a number of apps, right? So when all of us have been building technology, it must ensure the interoperability, because then only the collaboration we all are talking about, I think that will be established. So that's more on the tech development side. The two is the right mindset, what I touched a little bit in the beginning, that let's say how we are contributing as per our strength, okay? Strength of biotech, strength of maybe right seed germplasm, strength of having right post-harvest value addition, strength of having last mile aggregation or distribution model, right? So I think then only the overall concoction will be visible. So the right mindset of collaboration, and as I said, that which is already again which is visible already. Okay. And then the third is obviously that going deeper and deeper and deeper with our intervention. It's again as I always say that let's say it's a high volume, low margin business, and margin, it's not just from the P&L's perspective. I think this is one thing what I personally have been experiencing with DeHaat, that along with the scale, many problems get solved easily in this space, in the sector, and problems related to right market, problem related to getting right technology at the farm, problem related to maybe the logistics or everything, and even problem related to building the trust with the farmer, right? So along with the scale, you solve many problems. So the overall and which is not possible when the overall intervention or the touch point for the farmer, does not have a very unique and extraordinary experience and benefit for the farmer, right? Whether it's a right seed or a right market or right information or whatever it is. Last but not the least is the last mile, I strongly believe, because that is broken. Many times again, we have been seeing that yes, there is a buyer with a strong willingness to source directly from farmers. There is a farmer, probably because of the right FPO intervention, now qualified to grow high quality produce for that buyer, but just because of the fact that there is no last mile, and hence basically the collaboration is best. And that's the only reason, right? I mean, we see that if we just lay down the entire value chain, where one side we have farmers, more than 100 million farmers if we talk about just India. Another side, I mean, we have 14% GDP with different institution, with some proposition for farmers, But if you take an aerial picture between these millions of farmers and then again this multi-billion dollar businesses, you will find long parallel layers. And that's where basically things get lost. Why this long layers exist? Because of not having a robust last mile. So I think that is something which is, and that's what I refer, right, when I said that now the connectivity problem is solved, physical as well as digital both. So I think it's the right time, because that's the only reason why people like us have started getting into this space, right? I mean, when we have been started building the last mile. Again, and for us, and that's why again at IHAG, we don't put any crop as our topmost priority, right? I mean, for us, I mean, farmer is the only priority. And then again, to solve this last mile, we felt that that many times we got demand, we got supply, but again, we couldn't do anything. And that's how, because again, back in 2013-14, we decided that let's build this last mile by ourselves, right? Otherwise, it's not possible. Otherwise, again, I mean, you keep generating demand or again supply, but again, the overall execution will always go for a toss. And that's how today, through our 11,200 Dehat centers, now we could build our last mile to again, more than 120,000 villages of India. And again, in the first session, you heard that there are 625,000 villages. So still, in fact, we are less than 20%. That's still a long way to go. So the last mile is definitely one thing which India would definitely need to achieve what we aspire for. And one more last thing is I think the overall reversal of the approach. Approach in the sense, and for anything for that matter, right? Let's say if we talk about, and partly I think Vilas said as well, right? I mean, just because of not having a direct digital physical connectivity between these agribusiness institutions, whether it's government, whether it's an input company or financial institution or buyer or machinery company, whatever, and the farmers, the overall things are very, the overall way of execution is very efficient. So for example, I mean, when it comes about market linkage, probably farmers or maybe on behalf of farmer, any local aggregator would take the produce from the village to the closest mandi, which is maybe 40-50 kilometers far. Price discovery happens once the guy is there in the mandi with the produce. If they don't like the price, we all know, right? Nobody would come back. Right? I mean, we when we don't understand these logics, right? So we keep saying कि वो मतलब शमशान है जो वापस आता नहीं गया तो गली जल गया है. So but the whole point is like all the previous points what I mentioned, if that is take, then probably again we could reverse the process that that probably we can ensure the price discovery first, and based on that farmers can decide whether I have to sell today or I don't have to, or whether I need to harvest the crop or I don't know. Everything, I think you can go on and right. Similarly, so is true for the input side. It's a top-down approach, right? Input companies, they place their product to CNF or distributor, then a large retailer, small retailer, to a farmer. Nobody has visibility that how the inventory liquidation is happening, right? And at the end of season, basically there will be a stock return, right? Again, if all the previous points what I raised, if that's done, one can reverse the process that you can aggregate the demand from farmers depending upon how much land holding you have, which all crop you are growing, which all variety you are growing, everything, number of things, like fertilizer, that's a huge, again, it has a huge economic impact, on the government side, right? Imagine again, just with this reverse approach, I mean, one can always forecast that how much area under cultivation basically, I have in a certain district, and based on that, probably you can decide that how much fertilizer I need to allocate for a certain district, everything. So it's true for herbicide, right? Everything. So I think that is one area. And it doesn't, I don't want to say that as Dehat, we are doing all these things. But I think this is the approach probably I think we are heading towards. And again, I think as a team, all of us probably I think will have to move sooner or later in that direction if we want to bring high efficiency, if we want to again improve the income of farmers, right? I mean, what partly industrial. If buyer, he needs something. There is no way how they can convey the requirement to farmer. I need corn with high protein content. I need chili with high potency. No, that's not the case. And that's the only reason why we have 40% post-harvest loss. But again, I think, long story short, I think the overall change or the reverse of approach, but the strong prerequisites of this approach is last mile, the data availability, the trust with the farmer for the behavioral change, okay, and obviously the overall, the the digital stack, where multiple people can come with their expertise. But yes, there is a hope, because I think I see definitely many of the institution organizations, including the Hatani, moving in that direction. And I always say it's not a winner takes all market, because the sample size of the problem statement is huge. And
Too big to solve. Yeah.
thank you, thanks a lot. And I'm so sorry I need to rush like this, but
Would you have time to take one question from the audience?
Sure.
At all?
Would love to.
So let us open this to the audience, if there are any questions from the audience for the panelists. Yeah, could somebody give the mic? Could you take the name, the question, and whom it is addressed to?
Good morning. Good morning, panelists. I'm Snehita, and I'm asking a question to Shashank sir itself, because he's leaving a bit early. I've got my team working on Rasendia startup, where we started educating farmers regarding the application we've developed, and then tried it with Mancherial district and Nizamabad district. So can we have a skilling program? Is it possible to do it on a whole India level, to have a farmer school where we can educate them with the technology, not on the very high level, at least they can understand what the mediator is speaking, or at least what the people are speaking about the crop, and as you said, the cycles and everything, whatever we have been mentioning.
Conceptually, this is the most efficient way of extension, which is the farmer school, where any of the, like someone from the same community, someone from the from themselves, right, is qualified to become a trainer. And that's the moment when they relate. And it's a very proven concept. Different people, different companies, organizations, like they have been using the same concept. Again, I'll keep repeating. Vilasar himself is an example, right? I mean, because when he started grapes farming, and then basically again, hundreds of thousands of other grape farmers could motivate, could get trained because of what he's done. So concept-wise, I think this is the best or the most efficient way. What I understood that probably I think you're just trying to democratize it, so that I think the same thing can be done by the community or the farmers themselves without having any catalyst, right? Maybe at a village level or at a crop level. It's a very strong and tried and tested concept. So you should do that. The important factors towards scalability would be same, is that user friendliness, because the community person will have to use that interface. So how they can create content easily. So the overall user friendliness, I think that's one. And the second is that personalization. So, but would love to learn more, and maybe we can chat offline. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Time for you to leave. We still have a couple of minutes left before we can wrap up. If there are any more questions from the audience, then we can take as a panel. Yeah. Could somebody pass on the mic?
So it was a wonderful session, and especially Mr. Yunus, what a wonderful, it was coming from your heart, so kudos to you. I am from Rajasthan, so my question comes under that kind of, do you find a cultural difference between state to state, and how does it impact the solution? I want to know anybody from the group, like, because it really depends from people to people, their education, demographics. So do you guys do any kind of study before launching any services or any products for a new state or new place, or once you go there, make your hands dirty, then you realize mistake was done, and then you try to fix it? What's the process?
So I think mindset, like behavioral, we can see, like we decoded in here in Karnataka, like we've taken 10 years. Telangana, same things we will be able to do only 2-3 years. So because Better Cotton Initiative, when we started here, so our number currently is 7,000 here and 100,000 in Telangana, because lots of things. So yes, behavioral change is here. But the recipes, I stayed 3.5 years in the village in Navalgund without knowing Kannada and without knowing Telugu. Suddenly we got approval. I went in Nizamabad, Siddipet, stayed here, and 3.5 years I stayed in Hulgur. So yes, definitely, but one recipe we need to demonstrate. Once you demonstrate, everybody will follow, even if you don't know the language. That's I personally experienced this in my life, and earlier lots of resistance also happened. So even farm phone, when we use technology, till last year we were in the conviction mode. Lots of people, because they want to get salary, everybody, they listen, they do it, but internally they are not convinced. When we show bigger picture, so then everybody see the win-win. So which I want to use that word, when it's a win-win for farmer, win-win for bank, win-win for employee, win-win for startup. Anybody, when any solution we think, I think even partnership, definitely things will happen. And I have like almost 30 plus people I invited from Rajasthan, because in 2011 when I did my fellowship and I speak this language, so everybody laugh, yaar ye pagal aadmi kahan gaya hai, seekh ke aaya hai. So until unless we have a critical mass. So even when we do any pilot, if you don't have that number now, 100,000, 1,100 worth of economy, everybody listen. When earlier when we started like 200, 600, ऐसे यार 5 फुट का आदमी पागल हो गया है, इसको कुछ नहीं पता है. And now, but everybody listen that when you demonstrate, you cross that critical number of. So I think so that's the only thing I experienced. So I am sharing what I have been going through and really helping. Now with technology, we prototype this. When we started in Maharashtra, and hopefully support of Rupal and lots of ST guidance, we will be very soon in Rajasthan. My hope is this can be taken in every part of country. We need to build the local community, which behavioral change approach required. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, Mandar here. So anyone from the panel can answer my question. So my question is, climate change is the major challenge in agriculture sector nowadays. So how the technology can tackle this problem? So this is my question.
So climate change obviously impacts everything, but one of the fundamental things can be done is to understand how plant itself operates. What we have been trying to do over the last 40-50 years, we try and pump in fertilizers, herbicides, pesticides from outside without understanding the mechanism of action of the plant itself. So for example, suppose you say plant is becoming diseased or sick. What it does is, it has a volatile organic compound, it uses for broadcasting its state of existence. And other plants receive that. Now if we build sensors to understand it, and then capture volatile organic compound and use it for further processing, that is how we can possibly decide to use herbicide or pesticide only on that single plant which is diseased and not kill other plants. So obviously what happens is climate change, kind of a situation we say is a blanket word. But if we start understanding its impact and isolate the impact and treat that, then you don't really need very, very complicated things to deal with that. Does that answer, or you expect a little more information?
Hello, panel. I'm Subhash Mane, presently located in Kolhapur. But I actually belong to North Karnataka, Belgaum district. Well, when I was a child, this was some 55 years back, our village, which is located on the river banks of two rivers, Vedganga and Dudganga, they conglomerate at our village. The water was only there during the rainy season. At the end of Diwali, the rivers would have dried up. And when we used to go to our villages in the summers, it was all dry. Crops would be only during the rainy season or subsequent to rainy season. By the end of November, December, everything was dry and the fields are all vacant. Now what has happened is that because of construction of dams everywhere in our region, we have plenty of water. 12 months we have water there. and the crop pattern has totally changed. Okay, what has happened is you can see everywhere there is sugarcane. Okay, and this problem is totally reversed to what UNIS has shared as far as Dharwad is concerned. And earlier, you see, when I was a young boy, the crops would be jowar, wheat, and all these products, sugar, groundnuts and all. And our whole house would have been filled by these bags of wheat, jowar, and sugar, groundnuts. But now, as I said, everything has changed, and the whole farming paternity has switched to sugarcane. Not a single square inch area in the fields is left and everything is green, but what has happened is everything is now sugarcane and sugarcane and sugarcane. And this has impacted the culture also of the populace there. And what we feel or see it as, you see, this is degrading the farms because of the use of fertilizers and all these things. So how to change this mindset of the people is an issue, I believe, in certain areas of, let us say, Karnataka also, as well as in Maharashtra. So can anyone throw some light on this?
I think we need to think on this issue in a commercial manner. Why farmer has shifted to sugarcane from the traditional cereal crops. See, for all the farmers, that land is the only income source. So he's doing that farming to get the income for his daily needs, and from that he's also expecting that his personal food needs or family needs, that should be sufficed. But if he can buy from the market whatever they need on the cereal side, pulses side, oil side, and for that purpose he is getting the income from one crop. So definitely he will prefer that type of situation. So that's why he is shifting to the sugarcane, because in sugarcane we have assured some minimum income source because of the assured price, also because of the ecosystem around sugarcane, where all that harvesting and also the seed supply, everything is happening around that farmer with some organized sector. So he feels that that is the safest crop for him to get the secure income and also some better income compared to traditional crops. So if you are creating same system around the traditional crops, if you are is getting the same income with the jawar or with the wheat or with oil seed, then definitely he will also thinking the matter. So instead of sugarcane, I can prefer this crop where I can have same income, and also I can protect my soil in better way, I can protect my others in better way. So there is a income difference coming between these all crops. So that's why this situation is happening. That's why more and more farmer is going after sugarcane. So we need to think that all these crops should have economically feasible for the farmer in same manner. Then situation will change.
Excuse me, I have one question.
We can take this last question.
Okay. So I'm Nitin Naik from Synergy Connect, and in Maharashtra we work with almost our application ePeak Money has been working with 1.5 crore farmers in uploading crops. I think we are all developing technologies around it, but one of the most important aspect of is changing the mindset of the farmer from being a farmer to an entrepreneur. I think every one of us, especially in the development sector or even to the policy level, are we looking forward to it? Because I am being looked down as a farmer, and my next generation is not willing to be into farming. So what would we be doing together to change that mindset and bring that entrepreneurial change from a farmer to an entrepreneur?
I think as a government, we need to have some specific definition of living income for the farmer. That is, I think, the first important factor government should think. That like the living wages, the living income, that definition we need to create. Now we are talking about doubling farmer income or other different initiatives, but nowhere we are talking about some sustainable income or the living income and also the stable income for the farmer. So we are asking him to do all the gamble around that crop, and in that we are having policy for supporting him with the fertilizer, subsidized fertilizer or water like that, but no assurance about the income. So he has to take all the risk, and in that we are asking him to support the community with the food security, with all the nutrient. All these things we are talking about Indian agriculture, but nowhere we have definition of living income for the farmer. If that will come, then all these initiatives like the e-Pani or whatever the initiatives government is taking, in that farmer will willingly take participation. That all these things are happening for my own some purpose or for my own benefit. So I need to respond them in whatever the best possible way. So in Grapes we have realized this thing, that when that income is getting assured, then farmer's participation, it comes with his own heart. He is ready to accept all the technology, he is ready to respond to all the whatever the initiatives you have, because for that initiative is getting immediate benefit. So that should happen around our Indian agriculture. So government's initiative and plus also the farmers' initiative, farmers' mindset development around the entrepreneurship, both are equally important. But the first government initiative, I think that is a key part. And when it is that he is getting assurance as a farmer that income is secured, definitely he will start thinking like an entrepreneur. Instead of doing any other activity, any other business, he can compare his farming, his crop in that manner, that this is the better option for me for getting the secure income and also for my daily needs. So that entrepreneur mindset development can start with some assurance.
Thank you. I think this was a wonderful session. We could not take more questions. I know there are a lot of questions from the audience per se. Thank you so much for patiently hearing us. It was a very fruitful and interesting discussion. We look forward to having this kind of discussion henceforth as well, and you will all be invited. Thank you so much and have a good day.
I'd now like to invite Jnana Dinesh Pandit for giving their token of appreciation.
And with that, we have reached the third session of the day, EduSkilling, democratizing learning opportunities. COVID expedited the traction that EdTech had begun to have with pioneering organizations in the early 2010s. Currently, we have many EdTech organizations providing a bouquet of solutions, starting right from disseminating content to monitoring and evaluation of pupils' progress.
Not only this, with the increasing use of smartphones, technology has also helped democratize education by allowing students to access knowledge and qualifications by overcoming socioeconomic disadvantages and barriers of geography, time, and physical infrastructure.
So please join us in welcoming the panelists for this session. The MD and CEO of BSE Institute, Mr. Ambarish Datta. Vice Chancellor of Karnataka University, Dr. K.B. Gudesai. The Program Manager of Infosys Springboard, Mr. Kiran NG.
This session will be moderated by Monisha Banerjee, CEO, Anudeep Foundation.
Please put your hands together to welcome the panelists. Thank you very much for inviting me and all the panelists to this session. I think we have to congratulate Deshpande Foundation and the organizers for consistently putting together and curating this event. It's been marvelous so far. I can assure you that this session, which builds on the theme of technology for scale and impact, with a focus on education and debating whether education can really be an equalizer and democratize learning opportunities for youngsters. And we have, of course, a stellar panel with me, and I do hope that you will keep your phones inside and give us full attention, because it is going to be insightful. I think a lot of the preamble has been already covered. EdTech has been a buzzword, but the pandemic has clearly rekindled the discussion and the importance of technology. The new education policy also takes cognizance of the fact that digital learning is here to stay. The pandemic clearly saw 247 million students, young students, school students being pushed out of education, and clearly revealed that the digital divide in the country is still pretty stark. What we would like to discuss here is, can technology really be an equalizer? Can it really offer a level playing field to students from all communities? Or will EdTech continue to provide solutions and products for the privileged? With these questions, if it can be an equalizer, how can it be an equalizer? And what are some of the collaborations that might be needed between Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar, as we talk about, to bring this into action? So we'll plunge straight into the questions, and I'd perhaps like to ask the very broad question around whether technology can really bridge the gap in learning between the haves and the have-nots. And I'll leave it open for all of you. I'll maybe start with Kiran.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. So it was during 2020 when the pandemic struck, our management decided, because the entire education had come to a grinding halt. So then, because we have been going to the school over the last 15 years through our employee CSR initiatives, so our management asked, is there anything which we can do at scale so that we can give equal opportunities for all the people, be it in the private schools or at home. Now everybody is at home. Then they also gave us a target. So it should be at scale. So let's target for a number of 10 million students to be impacted with 21st century digital skills by 2025. That was the goal given. So with our experience and with our experience of also remote education, we went back with the proposal on how it can be done. And we were also there was a bit of anxiety how this will be taken up because it is during the pandemic. But when we look back, when it was launched in 2021 March, and in the last just 2 years alone, we see about 5 million learners have come on board. And good number of them have come from remote places in government schools and government colleges. So that gives us a confidence, yes, this can be a leveler. And through our experience in technology, we have also done a lot of proof of concepts in how do we ensure that with whatever devices which they have, and is there any way if they have access to internet, can we do something? So we were able to succeed in that, and we have got very good pockets of success story which I will share later. And also in the places where there is no internet, what is that which we can do? So we have done some pilots with single board computers, and we have done success, but still we have to see how it happens in larger numbers. So definitely, yes, this gives us a confidence. And when we look at even the younger students who are in middle school and high school, when they are quickly picking up this technology, and when we are teaching this technology, we are also telling them to come up with some solution to the real life problem, even in their own context. So we are really happy and very excited to see what ideas they come up with, and the smile on their face when they see their solution starts working. So this gives us hope, and yes, it's our vision that it will definitely be a leveler.
Would you like to add to that, Amarish?
Yeah, so
I think, there's no doubt that technology is of course a great enabler to drive scale and reach. However, I just want to bring a caution view to this. So when we look at tech for skilling, we're obviously looking at these different target groups. So one is the preschool, then is of course students leaving school and stuff like that. But if you're looking at skilling for employability, I think we need to kind of look beyond just tech as an enabler. We've also got to look and figure out that, does it really address the outcomes that we are all driving at? I think we still have a problem to solve because that's not really happened. And now with new tech like AI and VR and metaverse, maybe we'll probably be able to leapfrog on that. But that's a space which it really hasn't addressed. It has probably done some percentage point, but there's a lot more to do. Again, at the workplace, skilling on using tech is pretty compliant, right? I mean, for upskill, reskill, it works. You have matured learners who do it because they have to do it. But it's that middle space where I still have worries. So while tech can really give us reach and capability, but I want to see how we can address outcomes. So for example, can I use tech to ensure that they really get jobs into the program? Can I get employers on the platform? So I think those are some of the areas we want to see more tech being applied to implement.
Thank you, absolutely. Dr. Godase, the new education policy is, it talks about digital, right? How do you think the pedagogy in classrooms is going to change with the implementation of the new education policy? How do you think, what role will technology play in the classroom?
Thank you, ma'am. So, amongst the technologists, I'm the end user here. So I can give you the ground stage information and receiving as well. This pandemic has opened new avenues, and it was the top time for the educational administrators to take this education further, because nothing was known. So during such a time, the technologist and the technology as well came to our rescue. Then this is where everyone started looking at new avenues out of box, because we had never thought of technology and distance learning as well as digital learning before that. And the way the technologies helped us, particularly the education sectors, starting from primary to postgraduate and the PhD as well, it was wonderful. Had this technology was not there, or has not floated into this education, then today's education would not have been the same. It would have been entirely disrupted one. So, thank you all the technologists for this. Coming to the use, yes, technology and the digitalization are the only ways now left out for the education to take it forward, and with the pace that is required for this century. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to go with the conventional teaching and learning. Then the other question that you had posed was equalizing of the learning effect. I can take the same example from Narayan Murthy ji, the ATM. It is just like ATM giving the required amount at the same time using the same thing. So here, the technology is the one which gives the same to all. It is not like teacher-centric classrooms, because as we know, and since all of us have gone through all the phases of education, all the teachers won't be of the same stature and same nature, at the same level of teaching and learning. So particularly the rural side, the first generation learners, who used to depend mostly on teachers. They used to be the encyclopedia for many of us. But with the technology, it is not the case. We are getting the best, and the same for everyone. This is how it is equalizing the education for all.
So yes, technology is the only solution and the only way forward for the education no matter what.
It's very interesting. I think in terms of, we understand the benefits of technology, and when we talk about digital learning with a component of self-learning, which is what we're all talking about, right? LMSs, and we've also seen that there is a direct correlation between the motivation level of students and the outcomes that you present. It's not just about how many people signed up or how many people have access. So I think the divide is often times not just because of access to device, but it's also the other 21st century skills that a child may have, which may be the ability to sort of be curious, learn, be self-motivated, and be able to ask questions. Technology certainly gives us all that, right? With AI, it can personalize the learning journey completely. It can provide opportunities to explore. It can all of that. But despite that, we see a very low sort of completion in terms of especially the MOOCs and all of the learning platforms. What in your experience can differentiate or change this? And how can technology bring motivation into the students' learning journey? I would like to again ask, maybe start with Kiran and then go to Ambesh.
Sure. Yeah, this was a good question. So what we're doing from my Springboard experience, so even though we have 12,000 plus courses and we keep adding more and more depending on the feedback which we are receiving from the universities and the college students which they are using it. So what we do is, one is definitely the relevance plays a key role in ensuring the stickiness, the same students come back week after week. And how do we bring the relevance is directly working with the universities, and we create a microsite for the specific, let's say if they are in 5th semester computer science or electronics. So we create a curated course available to them in the microsite. And only relevant courses are given to them, and of course with options to here are the additional details if you want to go, that option also will be given. Of course there will be recommendation by the AI engine. And we also work from the top down to bring so that there is a direct relevance to their curriculum, and they also earn credit by going through this. And each of these courses we also have embedded capstone projects, and there is a good support from the subject matter expert. So this is how we have ensured, yes, there's a good content which is created and which is gamified so that they don't get bored. And also they will also get to see who are the peers who are learning with them so that they can do cohort studies as well. And for experiential learning, this capstone projects are there, and of course we are also providing the playgrounds on the platform so that they can do hands-on. So now we are also setting up Makers Lab so that they can also go and create things. So by ensuring this end-to-end support and with the subject matter support, now we have also started giving internship on the platform. So we are also experimenting how do we scale it, because internship when we do it, it's online. Of course, we also attach one mentor to each of the project. Each project is about 10 to 12 weeks of duration. So when we do this end-to-end, of course, then they see the bigger picture. And when it comes from the university itself with the accreditation from AICT and UGC, etc. So naturally we see now the more and more students are coming and staying until they complete, because there is a reward. It's a win-win situation.
I guess intrinsic motivation supplemented with external motivators to continue the journey. Ambesh, how do you?
Yeah, so we did a few experiments on this, and way back in 2013 we launched a platform called BSc Varsity, where we actually broke down long duration skill programs into very, very small skill bites, and they were as little as 8 to 10 hours, but they were focused on, let's say, one topic. So how to read a mutual fund fact sheet is a one course. And so they were broken down to such micro level that risk to fee was so low that people would use this as a toolkit to come back and upgrade themselves. And we've been running it now for quite a while, and now we have almost like 70 odd courses, and our
findings are very interesting. I have very little dropout on that. People don't drop out. Second is, of all our programs, we do about 150 programs. This catalog actually has the highest revenue per course. Because while the bite is small, the fees are not so little, but they are small in pocket. So I have learners who come, learn that skill, go back to the market, trade, make money, come back and learn the next skill. So, so this has worked. But the problem is, one of the advantages we've done is that we've stayed out of recorded courses. So no matter it has taken us a while to scale it up, we've remained live and virtual. I've had a lot of pushback from business saying that record, give access, and I have been able to kind of navigate that. But as late as a few weeks back, we have agreed that we will give recorded, but it comes with a 2 weeks lag. So if you want real life learning, then you come, attend live, ask real time questions, you don't talk to a bot, but you're able to learn faster. So that has been able to, it has helped us to control the entire piece of dropout. But I want to kind of come back to this a little in a different way. If you look at the learning journey and the tech application, there are about 5 or 6 touch points on where it happens. The first one is what I want to club as device and data. Device and data pre-Jio was really the bottleneck for technology. So, we didn't have devices in our hand. Our devices were small, and I remember setting up the online learning platform for Reliance in early 2000. And those days, my biggest challenge was how do I take learning to a store? I had just 2 Mbps line in a Reliance Fresh store, and out of that, 85% was used for running the CRM and the other applications, and I would get hardly any bandwidth to even download content. So I actually put up a learning kiosk at the back store, which had preloaded content, people could go and learn. But post-Jio, this problem has completely vanished. You now have very good data, and thanks to devices made in India, you have reasonably large devices on your hand, 5,000, 4,000, 6,000, on which you can transmit content. So that one problem has got solved. The second box which I want to call is content and faculty, right? So pre-Jio, pre-COVID, we had trainers who were very, very reluctant to take online lectures, and rightly so because they were not trained, but thankfully, thanks to Zoom and other things, they have finally adopted it. We now have faculty trainers who are much more comfortable. On content, unfortunately what happened was we imported the classroom model in the digital world. So the first layers of content development was PPTs with a voiceover, and obviously it had no engagement, so students dropped out, right? So if you start fixing a problem of a classroom in an online world, don't build engagement, then why would learners stay? And then there was no language support, there was no scaffolding support. So that if you see today, the content piece has got little improved. You have toolkits available, there are a lot of ready to use templates. Faculties have started developing content themselves. This was not true even 5 years back. If you go to university or college, faculties were so technologically redundant, they couldn't even use a PPT, had their own voiceovers and kind of make a very simple basic e-learning course. But thankfully that has got fixed. But the real box which I think we haven't really done much is the third one, which is using technology for focusing on outcomes. And when I say outcome, I mean stakeholder outcomes. So in this entire journey, we actually have 3 or 4 large stakeholders. One, of course, is the student, the learner. Second is, of course, the training delivery partner, the government and others. But the most important stakeholder here is the employer. And for that piece, we have actually not been able to deploy any technology at all. Now, we execute projects, right? You do and I do as well. And I'll tell you what are my biggest 4 or 5 problems where I think we should deploy technology. First is mobilization. I just can't find the right guy to do the right course. I know they are all around in this place, but neither can I trace them on Aadhaar, nor do they have digital footprints. I can't source them mapped to a particular target group of course I want to do. So what happens is someone who's good in jewelry design ends up learning data science, and someone who should have learned markets has gone into automobile repairing. Now see what happens is for every dollar we spent on skilling someone, his interest is not there actually to do that course, but he's done it because he has no skin in the game and it's funded by someone, so he's gone through the process. So can we use technology to fix this? Second is, there's a severe bias on hiring people at the corporate side. So I won't name them, but one of the top private banks in our country looks at impeccable language, English, as a gate pass to get hired. I studied in a government school, and I'm sure a lot of us have. If language becomes a gate pass and you expect everyone to have such great command over language, then no one would get through, right? I mean, there's a huge education required to kind of build and correct those biases. Now, The reason is the hiring managers come from a background which is probably privileged and think that this is the pattern on which this is the perfect employee for my organization, and hence a lot of people whom we skill get trained but are not employable because there is a gate pass which we don't know how it works, and it is full of bias, and it's not a system that it gives intelligent answers, right? Third, we need technology applications on the way we do assessments. I mean, look at the way all of us have cleared assessments. All formative assessments were all binary. Either you pass or you fail. Now, skills is not about binary assessment. I mean, the way I look at it, you train someone to repair a mobile phone. He might not be the best guy to go and work for an Apple showroom, but he might be good enough to work in an Apple store here in Hooghly or in Bombay, right? But when you do a binary assessment and you mark him as failed, that guy now is skilled but doesn't have a credential to go forward. And you've clubbed everyone in that one box. So can you not use technology to stop this binary assessments and give a diagnostic report? So, we are piloting this. We've launched a platform called Check My Skills, where I don't give a binary assessment. I just tell them strength and weakness, and I allow the recruiter to decide whether it's good for you or not. And I think this is something which is required because you don't need to, imagine if you went to a pathology test and you did all your blood tests and end of the report said whether you're good or bad. Imagine what would happen. Right? Your pathology test doesn't do that. It just gives you indicators and says, these are your findings. You now go to a doctor. The doctor will then figure it out. The fourth, is the entire issue of demand aggregation. I think one of the biggest disconnect for all of us in the skill ecosystem is that when we go to the field and start skilling, I have zero visibility on what the employer wants. I want to use technology there. I want employers to start saying that this is just, I only want 4 information. Number of people, the place they want, what skill set and what cost. So that every rupee I spend to skill, I'm at least able to bring them on one platform. So, our not-for-profit does apprenticeship placement. Last year we did about 40,000. I could easily do 2 million of them every year if I just had a matchmaking platform where I had employers to say, this is what I want, and I would then map all my training partners to ensure that this is what they train. So, into the entire technology journey, the first 2 boxes, we have done relatively good work in the last few years. And thanks to geotech, development, AR, VR, we're probably making progress. But the third box, if you go back and think, there's very little work we have done. And that's where we probably need more technology. And that's where the tech will actually address the outcomes. And we need to kind of get away from, the learner-centric thing and look at stakeholder outcomes. Because if you do that, for example, if I'm able to show jobs to a learner at halfway stage, why would he even drop out? No one drops out if he knows there's a job at the end of the tunnel. It's because he doesn't, so economically there's this, I think, entire theory called the subjective utility theory, which actually says, what is the benefit I get for an outcome? The reason students drop out is because they don't see what is the outcome at the end of the tunnel. So I think, I will hope if I get more volunteers to talk about it, but this is probably a space where I, want Kiran and all your mighty strength with Infosys to build some tech in that space, which will help all our stakeholders to kind of work on that space.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
As far as the motivation to motivate the students is concerned, the best motivator would be the teacher. Now the question arises whether all the teachers are motivating. So now we have reached a stage where we need to motivate the teachers themselves first. Okay. So here, one part, the motivation of the teachers and subsequently the students. And to motivate the teachers, we need technology because first we have to have that slight orientation of the teachers towards technology and use of technology. Because since I'm there with the university, I know how the teachers are reluctant to use it. Because immediately that's post-COVID, or at least the end of the first phase, the teachers used to just photocopy their notes and send it on the WhatsApp. So that was the first stage. Then with lot of persistence, they started having their own content in the form of videos of the lectures. Then they started posting on that. So, and now they are going for live virtual classes as well whenever required. So the journey has taken place. The only thing is to loop in all the teachers into this journey. And here the role of technologies and the technology gets in. This is one. Then again coming to the motivation part, NEP can be the best source for this, because in NEP the content is developed so that if I have to take the higher education to start with, during our undergraduation there are 3 years plus 1 year. And every year, because of that multi-entry and multi-exit possibility, the content of every year ends into or completes into a capsule. Like, first they have gone into the job market, the skills required for the job, and the contents of the content that is required for those skills. So this is how they have gone for the reverse engineering, and we have prepared the content. Now the question arises, how this content is to be made known to, or how to make it reach the students. So at this stage, again as I said, the teachers are to be trained, because the mindset of the teacher is more important here to make NEP happen. And of course, since Karnataka was the first one to implement NEP, yeah, we started with that. And of course, I don't say we have started with the 100% success rate. There are some hiccups, but still we could pass through. Now, to motivate the students, one has been done by Infosys and many other companies. Internship embedded programs would be the best one. Then, as Amrish was telling, if the students have the guarantee of jobs, okay, then definitely the students will go to that. Because, as I said, the content of these is being framed based on the job market. And if the job is guaranteed, then definitely the students will go to either the classroom or to the online or the technology-based learning. That would be the most successful attempt. Now the question is how to go about higher studies, the motivation to higher studies. That depends entirely on the teacher. So the first phase, training the trainers, and the second phase, motivating the students, would be a great help, and we can take our students for tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Dasi. That was a question that I would have come to, really about how do you attract the best talent and develop talent, the faculty pool. I think that's an area where we struggle as a nation. So you've touched upon some of those. I'm just wondering, and this is this viral video by Ayush Radha, if you've seen it recently moving around, where she says that, the engineering degree, all you need is ChatGPT and some creativity. So can technology in the future really replace a teacher completely? And I'm saying especially, say, professional courses, and especially if you have a technology like ChatGPT around, which we've heard a lot in the morning as well. Is there a time that we think the teacher will get redundant and you will have technology, especially for some courses, being self-taught largely or through technology? What are your views on this?
Yeah. So this is already happening. One is not that we have to teach syntax in the classroom. For example, this is in the context of IT and ITES education I'm talking about. So what we do is, anyway, they can do self-learn. Yes, there is excellent content already in the market. Now, of course, ChatGPT might give a right program for a specific context. But what it cannot do, its teacher only can do, is interpretation of how this technology can be used to solve real-life problems. Now, he has to come up with the problems or encourage students to come up with the problems and solve it with respect to technologies. In that process, yeah, let them use ChatGPT, it doesn't matter. Finally, it is solving a real-life problem. And that is where in the classrooms, even now, what we are doing is discussing the case studies. It's a group discussion on how the group itself will come up with a solution for a problem. It's not just about writing the syntax. So in that way, yes, Teachers' role will continue to exist because now the teachers have to be the domain experts who have industry or the on-the-ground experience, who will come and share what's happening in the real world and what challenges and how they can be solved using technology.
So the role of the teacher may get redefined, right? Ambaresh?
Yeah, I have a little longish answer, so I'm going to read it out here. So, no, technology cannot replace teachers in the classroom, while it can enhance the learning experience and provide students with new ways to access information. It cannot replace the human connection, guidance, and support provided by teachers. Teachers play an essential role in the education system and bring a unique combination of knowledge, skills, and experience to the classroom. You might be wondering why I'm reading it out, right? So what I did yesterday while coming, I actually ran this question on ChatGPT at the airport. And this is what the tech said. So you'll realize the tech itself doesn't believe that it can replace. So, you heard it from the horse's mouth. So no, you can't. So, so I thought while I was waiting at the airport, I thought, why don't I ask the tech itself? So, no, but on another note, way back in mid-80s, the science fiction author Arthur Clarke, he was once asked that would technology replace teachers in a classroom? And he thought for a while. And he said, if they can be, then they should be. So the ball is actually on the court of the faculties. If there are poor faculties, bad faculties who don't have the knowledge and they're in the classroom, tech should for sure replace. And on a philosophical level, I think for every student, the first teacher is the mother. And no matter what tech we get in, robots will not make babies ever online, right? So for all of us, our mothers will remain the best teachers in our life, who teach us the first steps of doing everything. So I think we are still far away from doing that. Yes, what might happen is tech might enhance the entire experience, but no, it won't. At least ChatGPT doesn't say so.
Yeah. I endorse the views of both you. Technology cannot replace the teacher completely. Because whenever we talk about education, there is transformation, that means the knowledge or the information first. Think the life. Because during this course of one's education, it is not only learning the information or the subject. One has to learn the life, values, the human connectivity, everything. So technology cannot do this. The first part, yes, it can do. Maybe in many cases better than a teacher. But coming to the second part, connecting the values, and as said now, interpretation of the information. This can be done only by a teacher. And to make it happen, the teacher should be really good. Otherwise, a bad teacher can demotivate as well. Now the question arises, how to differentiate them? The only thing is to recruit better teachers. And of course, here also for recruitment, the technology can help, but not to the complete 100%. Coming to the classroom, because now the question is replacing the teacher by the technology. After mother, as said by Amrish, a good teacher can influence the student to the best. Maybe it is at the primary level, high school level, or even the higher education. So, technology can never replace the teacher in the classroom.
Thank you. Absolutely. I think we have to sort of differentiate knowledge from skills. Mentoring is an important part of the education and learning process. And I think the ideal teacher would be a mentor, would be somebody who nudges students along, unleashes potential. And I think those will continue to be pivotal to the learning process. So rightly said, everybody. And I just want to sort of maybe have a last round of questions for everybody. Kiran, I want to start with, we've been talking a lot about adult learners here, higher education. education. We know that technology can be better adopted by most. What about young students? And I know that Springboard does have courses online for students from grade 6 onwards. There's also this whole, dilemma of how much technology exposure should young students get, right? In the mental health, the health perspective, and there are a lot of parents in this debate talking about the actual experience in classroom versus technology. So what do you believe is a right blend for young students, and how much technology should really be used, and how can it be used to really unleash the potential?
Yeah, this is a very good question. So I've been going to government schools and teaching the students during the weekends over the last 15 years. So, and now that we have also started in larger scale, so now we have introduced STEM content for students from 6th standard to 12th standard. Especially now we are also soon going to bring in content with very good animations in physics, chemistry, and maths. So that now when, and I also, to be in touch with the students, I also take sessions every week. Then when I see, so far the students are, the youngsters are using the games or these devices as a consumer. They are just consuming it. So that's where it is becoming addictive. So now when we flip it to give them interesting problem statement, and then now there are very interesting the platforms like Scratch, which we also need to brought on Springboard now. So we can give them real life problems. For example, one of the problem I gave it to a group of students, they are in 5th, 6th, 7th standard. Now all of you are so privileged and listening to me in this live session. What about your friends who cannot see? So is there any way using Scratch, can you create some interface which your friends can also use? Then that suddenly opened their eyes. And then 2 weeks from there, they have come up with voice activated controls. Whether it works or not, that's okay, but they have attempted. Now I could see the pride in them when they are doing it. So that is the simplest of it. Then I thought, one of the students asked, I want to learn Python. So I asked him, why do you want to learn Python? Okay. So then he said, I want to learn machine learning. So then I said, why not we create a project while you are learning? So here is a simple model where it's an obstruction avoiding robot which you can create with a single board computer. So again, I just attempted whether they can do it. But 2 months later, a 6th standard student sends me a video and he has done it at home. Here is what I have done. Okay. So this, again I showed this use case to polytechnic students. And to my surprise, the youngsters are more forthcoming in asking questions, they are curious. Whereas the polytechnic students are not asking. But when they saw the 6th standard kid doing it, then one girl did it in her college. Again, she did the same project, but this time she knew the entire, how the code works, how the structure works, because again, she learned about, I went and saw her learning history, about 12 courses she had done on how this entire autonomous car works, how Arduino works. So she went in a structured way. Then I made her to come and present to her entire class. Then come next month, 30 students came forward, sir, can you also do this kind of projects? Now we started mentoring the entire batch of the computer science and electronics students. This is a government women's college in Ramnagara. And now we can showcase this as a model polytechnic to the rest of Karnataka and rest of India. So this gives us confidence. Yes, once you give them a problem statement, be it young or adults, so they are, at least when they are attempting, so that's when it excites us, then they see the relevance, and suddenly we will make them as creators than just the consumers. So that's when we can see the pride in them and when they are showcasing to us. So that's one of the ways in which we can make it productive usage of these devices.
So technology for exploration and for self-development, and sort of be able to choose what you want to do, I think is what you're saying. So if that's sort of introduced in classes, I think that can really help parallel learning apart from the school curriculum. That's great. Ambarish, with the BEC Institute and Varsity, of course, you're offering, you spoke about all the programs, and you've got experts coming and you've got university tie-ups. Are there any specific experiments or initiatives that have really shown great learning outcomes, and how are you measuring that success?
Yeah, so I will share a few of them. So, for example, during the year of COVID, so we were looking at different problems, and this was an assumption that we had in our team that with all the skilling interventions that the entire ecosystem does, which is government, everyone, what happens is it kind of becomes a one fit for all. And we were writing some test books for CBSE board, and I went back and looked at the enrollment numbers, and I found that a lot of our vocational courses, instead of being done by people who probably need it, were being actually done by very privileged students. So schools which are at top end of the bracket, and they were. And I thought it was missing the bus completely. And it had a very perverse outcome. So what would happen is that, especially in North, the university entrance cutoffs are very high for commerce. I mean, some colleges the cutoff is as high as 99.5, and it's usually taken on best of 5. And what happens therefore is that students would take a vocational course in banking and finance, so the best of 5 marks would get moved up closer to 99.5. And therefore, the top end school students would do it. Now, as a knee-jerk, what the university did on the other side was it stopped taking vocational as a subject score in best of 5, defeating the very purpose of introducing vocational in schools. So, and we looked at it, and we had almost like 40,000 students taking exams every year. So one of the experiments we did was, how about looking at a target group which is very vulnerable of dropping out of the entire ecosystem, and who probably need the vocational skills the most. So I don't know how many of you know, but we have, if you look at the gross enrollment ratio, which is total population, total number of kids in a population set, over number of kids who are in school. Our school GR is actually very high. It's almost like 96, 97. During COVID it has dropped, but hopefully it's going to come back. And one of the reasons is the midday meal, toilets, and many other initiatives. But this entire GR in a college level drops to 26%. Which means that out of every 10 child, about 8 of them drop out, they don't even finish college. And they all go into the unemployment basket. Now this is a bunch of kids who have school degrees, don't have any skill, and drop out. And they drop out primarily for 4 core reasons. One is health, second is socio-economic reason most, third is a few child marriages, and fourth academically weak. But out of this, the social economy is the maximum one. So one of the projects we did was, how do you ensure this transition from school to workplace? Now the challenge was, where do you find them? So we said, can we go back and look at night colleges and open universities and find these kind of students? So obviously someone who's top class 12 won't go to a night college, right? I mean, who in a sense would go? And we kind of curated them, and we put them through a skill intervention in the second year, and ensured that they transited to a workplace, so we got them placed. And you will not believe that all of them got placed average about 2.5 to 3 lakh rupees salaries while studying, and were then funding their own education for the rest of their graduation course. And most of them came from family backgrounds who were the first graduates. None of them in their family had even gone to a college. And for us, that is a great success, because we could now demonstrate that if you don't do a one fit for all, but look at more marginal youths, then you can get better results. The second is we looked at workplace job redundancy. So we all know that tech can replace jobs and all that stuff. And a lot of women workforce actually get affected the most, because we've seen that once they lose their job, they often tend to move out of the job market and don't come back, and we've seen that in the last 2-3 years. So during COVID, we did an intervention where we reskilled and upskilled people who had either become redundant or had lost their jobs, and we kind of helped them with a very integrated skill program, almost like 400 to 500 hours, and helped them move up. The results are very good. Most of them have got 2 job roles, which are now paying 20 to 30,000 more, 30% more than the last salary job. The third is, the entire skill vocational is, for some strange reason, is very focused on the short-term skills. Right? And that probably is also because of the way we are incentivized. Most of our donors are impatient. And since it's not student pay model, it is usually donor pay model. They want to see quick results. And they expect that you will do a quick intervention, then within a financial year also place him and also show him that, look, this project works. So this obviously drives a lot of the ecosystem partners to do a short-term gain. So the long-term plan never gets built. So we took a contrarian view and said, since we are going to fund it and will be a student pay model, we'll not play this short-term game, we'll play a long-term game. So we do vocational programs which are 3-year long term, and we mimic their college education. So what we do is while they go to college, they start studying with us, so that by the time they graduate, they're first hour, first day job ready. And last about 10 years, we've had phenomenal success. I mean, their return of investment is almost like 5x on their fees. So if they pay about X amount of money for their 2-year journey, their start salaries are almost like 5x of that. So what it does is, we're not replacing a university degree, but we're saying along with the university degree, if you get a good long-term vocational course, then you can. So we've now extrapolated. So we've moved now from financial markets to data science, and we're looking at areas like fraud forensics. We're also looking at. So I think so. Some of these experiments are interesting because obviously we're not doing what others are doing, but some of these are scalable. Some of these can move up the ladder. Some of these can make much more deep impact as well.
Not online. That's the whole point. So it's all through the use of technology, all online.
Yeah,
which is
absolutely.
Absolutely fantastic. Dr. Ravisi, the last question really on the new education policy. It's very promising in terms of building of 21st century skills, in terms of creating the digital infrastructure. And I know Karnataka is one of the first states to have taken on the implementation of this. Where are we on this, and how long do you think the entire transition is going to take in terms of the time?
Yes, as you said, we have implemented, as you said, we have taken up the NEP on us. Almost 1 year has gone, 1.5 years actually. So almost it took us more than 6 months to reorient our teachers first. So that was a huge task, because ultimately the teachers are the one who has to take it forward. And there was a gap in the understanding of the teachers, because a lot of things, particularly in these skill-oriented programs, then ability enhancement courses, so they were pushed. The syllabus, that means extracurricular activity, which we used to say previous to NEP, now they have come in the form of curriculum. Okay. All the sports, NCC, NSS, they are part of the curriculum now. At the same time, till now, NSS means weekly programs, then 1 year yearly camp. So that was confined, all the teachers were confined to that. So the question is, how NSS can help the students in life to understand what the volunteerism is, how the volunteerism can take this nationalism and the national interest. That was to be taught. And the teachers were to be reoriented for that. And as I said, that took us almost the next 2 to 3 months. Okay. Thereafter, at the end of the first year, yes, almost 60 to 70% of the teachers are ready with NEP content and the understanding of NEP. Now the question is, when it has to penetrate down to the students, as I said, the first 6 months teachers were not that ready, so naturally students had 2 hiccups there. Then at the end of the first year, teachers as well as students are ready. Then in the 3rd semester, that means the first half of the 2nd year, teachers as well as the students, now they are thinking of and understanding the importance of NEP, and they are going with that. So towards this, because we have to go, especially from the university side, we went to each and every college with our experts to understand, to make them understand what exactly NEP means. Then even we went to the parents as well to show what NEP is and how it differs from the conventional education, and in what way the students can be of more beneficial with the NEP. Because in case of NEP, we are having skill there, component of skill, component of nationalism, component for value-added courses, then Indian value systems, in addition to the content, the subjects. Okay. Then particularly the concept of the provision for this multi-exit and multi-entry system, that helped us a lot, so that we could convince the students that even if you drop out at first year, you'll be getting a job corresponding to, because the content was getting completed into a capsule and they were ready for a particular type of job. Previously it was not the case. So this way we could convince the students and the parents. So yes, I think by this time, the fourth semester, it would be in completion.
Great. So I think we're seeing, a live example. It's good to hear that, we're almost on the verge of seeing all elements of the NEP in place. I think what we've heard is technology is going to be an enabler. There have been successful experiments where technology has been engaging. Technology has worked with students of all age groups and has actually motivated them. So I think it's a question of, more efforts to scale and continuing to innovate on the technologies to, fill in the gaps that exist today. We'll take some questions. We already, I know there's lunch waiting outside. Everyone looks hungry. But we'll quickly take maybe a couple of questions. Please address it to anybody in the panel that you'd like to.
Such a wonderful session. Thank you, all the panelists. My name is Maya. I'm from Sukarma Foundation, also work in education. My question is, people who are sitting here in the conference hall, we are almost second or third generation people because we migrated from village and tribal areas and so on. The technology is, good when we talk about like the electricity and internet reach there, but still like most of the kids, they are not getting online classes in the villages. And most important, like the government school. I'm from Madhya Pradesh, so government school are the backbone of the country where all the kids can study at least the foundation level, which is primary. And in my state, I can see most of the government school, primary level, they are demolishing or maybe in a bad condition. Because once they can go to government school primary level, then only they can go to the another classes or so on. But first of the first problem basically we are facing or seeing that government school is really not functioning well. So what is your take? Because we all, the village people, we all pay tax, right? And the tax is like 18% GST and state GST and central GST, and which eventually should come to us in terms of education or good health care and infrastructure and electricity. And I can see most of the villages are not privileged with all these facilities. So what is, anybody can answer? This is my really worried to modern India now.
Thank you. This is a very good question because this question was asked many times by many people. One thing is sure, we'll never get a day where we are completely ready. We'll never get that day in one's life. So somewhere we have to start, and we have started. That's the first thing. Second thing is coming to the technology that is required and that is not available in some part of the state or some part of the country. Now here we have to pitch in the government and the technologists and the philanthropists. Okay. Here there are many philanthropists and through their, even the industrialists, through their CSR, they have helped many of the schools, particularly in Karnataka, and of course around this, maybe through different CSR, let me not name one or two here. So they can come and help the schools to the best of their ability, and they have done it. We should be thankful to all those companies and the industries through CSR. They have developed many such schools. So if the government can reorient itself and with respect to its priority, okay, then definitely getting this infrastructure ready should not be a big thing. because compared to or looking at the importance of the education to the students and the amount of money that the government would spend is nothing. So that should happen, and Karnataka is far better with respect to that. And if there are other states, I think they need to orient themselves with respect to the infrastructure. That, yes, perfectly so. You're right. So instead of putting the alumni at the front floor, I talked about industrialists. Okay. So this will also include the alumni, yes, because as Madam said, second or third generation educated people, we can go back to the schools if that particular school or the village is in need of that, and definitely establish the infrastructure that can add a value. At the same time, it can help those students in that rural area. Thank you.
Hi sir, my question is that can be answered by anybody in the panel. So I have a big question regarding to thinking ability and the way students are learning these days. I'm an entrepreneur working with edutech startups and working a lot with education field because my parents and great-grandparents were teachers and principals back then, straight from British government. So the way they study and apply skills, let's say recruiting a candidate with high graded certificates is not giving me a fruitful output when I put him in the project. And the way the education system is going towards to the next generation, I'm sorry, but I've seen education system from London because I come from London, I study there. The way sir has told that we do classroom discussions, that the same way of education has been done for me in London. When I go and see, as sir said, thank you so much sir, alumni plays a major role and vital role in the education system. As alumni, if I go back and check on my university and my schools, I see a lot of students and youngsters nowadays don't know how to apply the education they are learning. And are we giving more on top of their heads, or what is the bridge can be bought between the students and the education sector so that we can upskill our youth, and instead of 10% alumni making wonders in the world, can it be done at least 40% from the alumni in the country?
So I think you're probably trying to say the same thing what ma'am has asked. So I have a different view on this. So yes, there's been a lot of interventions where alumni have sponsored, CSR, corporate government have done. But I think we are pretty much missing another point, is that the schools will not come 100% tech-enabled probably for many years. Government has many other agendas in life. You know, we spoke about, Mr. Murthy talked about in the morning about making someone's belly full before he can start learning, making sure that their healthcare covered. So this probably doesn't even come in the top 5 requirements. Look at the entire education budget, budget every year allocation. In fact, we're dropping the entire allocation for the last 5-6 years. But having said that, have you heard of the Indian Institute of TikTok? No, right? But you look at the number of TikTok videos which were made. Who taught them? So the learners we are talking about of today, the Zennials who were born in 2000 and now coming to the workplace, they've learned on their own. And you're missing that the schools will not have the tech, it will be the device in their hand on which they will learn. So the biggest advantage on Jio today is that you get 2 GB of data free. And they will learn on their own, through their own devices, through their friends, through the peer learning, and they will experiment, they'll learn those skills and they'll come back. So the skill ecosystem and the learning won't happen to the schools and colleges are thinking. Yes, there will be a lot of money which will come in. It will improve infrastructure, it will probably do basics, it will implement computers, we'll be able to get digital classrooms and all that. It has already happened, it will continue to happen, and with more CSR it will probably grow. But the actual skills will probably happen outside the classroom, called as the learning outside the classroom. And we are all talking about hard skills. All the softer skills will all be learned outside. Handling conflict, how do you deal with people, how do you work in a team, how do you communicate? These have never been taught in a classroom. All of us have learned actually outside the classroom, right? I mean, there have been obviously some efforts on this done in the classroom. So, the learning will actually be over the top through the device, where there will be pure learning. They will discover themselves, they will learn, they will figure out, and then they will go back. The second is, I think this entire credential certificate system is at the fag end. It will probably be the last leg of it. A few years back during COVID, I have a friend from IIT Chennai. They launched an online-based data science course. You know how many people applied for it? I think about 13 lakh and 8 lakh enrollments have happened. And out of those 8 lakhs, about 5 lakh students are chartered accountants doing data science course. Can you believe it? And you know what's the entry criteria? None. You just clear one exam. MIT is running a program which is a Masters in Public Policy and I think implementation of social project. That program has no intake criteria. Anyone can go and enroll for the course. It doesn't exit exam. Even if you're a school dropout, you can go and do. And there are 3 faculties. 2 of them won the Nobel Economic Award, Abhijit Banerjee and Esther. And the second year, for just 15 lakh rupees, you can go to the campus and study. So credentials and certificates will probably come in new avatar. There will be badges, like sir was saying that end of first year, you can now take a certificate, go to the workplace. So it will not be through schools. Schools will obviously have some government formative exams and some certificate. But our learners that we are trying to address now are very different. They will probably find ways to learn it. And TikTok is my best example to prove that case. Thank you.
Thanks. And so on that very, very positive note, we'll conclude this session. Thank you everyone. It was great being here. And I think there's lunch outside. The organizers have been nudging us for a while. You can always meet them over lunch and have, if you have more questions, discuss them. Thank you very much for the invitation.
There was a brilliant session. Thank you for sharing your insightful thoughts. We would request Mr. P. N. Naik, CEO, Deshpande Foundation, Deshpande Skilling, to present the mementos to our panelists.
Please enjoy your lunch and we will see you back here at 2:30. All right? Thank you.
Dr. Ram, is something that will sound very instinctive and very natural to every one of you who's observed India for a while. Some numbers were already shared about the mobile phone connections, etc. But we'd like to begin with some more macro numbers and then take it to the panel. So some numbers that came up very recently. 480 million people are said to be unemployed in this country. We've read these numbers, and on top of that, about 13 million people become eligible for employment each year, which means they turn 18 each year. By simple logic and inference, we can deduce that the country simply cannot produce enough jobs for 13 million new job seekers each year, or for the 480 million who are already in a backlog waiting for jobs. So we really need to change from being a job-seeking economy to being a job-creating economy, and this statement has been repeated ad nauseum for the last couple of decades, if not longer. Now, fortunately, technology platforms have made it significantly easier for people to become entrepreneurs on their own. While entrepreneurship may have been a tougher journey earlier, technology has made it more easy to do it. So I'll ask the esteemed panel for their thoughts. Would you guys want to begin with a round of introductions, maybe a one-line introduction, each of you maybe?
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My name is Megha Jain and I work for the Gates Foundation.
Hi, Krishnan Balasubramanian with IIT Madras. I am also in charge of the Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center, which looks at a lab-to-market mindset change among STEM colleges in India. We cover about 45 colleges, 1,250 entrepreneurs as of today, and about 300 faculty who have gone through our programs. We're very happy to be here. Thank you.
My name is Ram. I'm one of the co-founders of Ramde. We are a peer-to-peer lending platform. We started way back in 2008, but a few years ago we got regulated by RBI. So it's and we're just getting started.
You forgot me, just like they forgot you. Hello, everybody. Come on, man. We just had lunch. Didn't we? Hello, everybody. So I met Desh Deshpande 10 years ago in the United States, and that was my introduction to this foundation. I'm very glad to be here. Yesterday we had a trip to the field trip in our villages. This is one of the best social transformation journey I have seen from my eyes in this lifetime so far. So to everybody who's sitting here, those who are associated with Deshpande Foundation, I can tell you guys are very blessed. Keep doing this wonderful job. Since morning I've been hearing a few things. I really want to talk about this. And one of my association is with the startups. I live in Tampa, Florida. Tampa, Florida is not a very known city or state in the United States. People know about New York, Washington, D.C., Boston, California. But one thing which is very known about Florida, that it's a healthcare state. Most people who live in the state of Florida, they are basically, most healthcare ideas, they come from healthcare state, which is Sunshine State, Florida. So I'm happy to be here and going to share my ideas, and then we'll talk about it. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so Megha, we'll begin with you. So one common theme that has come so far, and even in the previous days of the discussion, was the role of the digital public infrastructure that we've been creating in India. What do you think is the role that digital public infrastructure has played in the trend towards increasing micro-entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Anisha, and this is a topic which is very close to my heart. So, India is well on its way to become the digital and data capital of the world. Digitization has completely transformed the way the economy works today, right? India's stack has led the creation of this digital public infrastructure, and they started with a very simple idea. They said we have to drive financial universal inclusion and
take India out of the clutches of the informal economy. Drive more formalization so there is more credit, more growth available for all the enterprises. There were essentially three pillars to the digital public infrastructure. The first pillar is identity, the second pillar is payments, and the third pillar is data. I'll just walk through all of these pillars once. So if you have to create a formal economy, it's very important to create a unique identity for every citizen of the country. And this started happening back in 2009 with Aadhaar. So today if we see roughly 95% of India, or roughly over 1.3 billion people have an Aadhaar identity. Now this again laid the foundation for eKYC that came up in 2012. So eKYC utilized Aadhaar in order to create a very capital and time efficient way to do a KYC, which earlier would take sometimes weeks or even months to do, right? Now eKYC laid the foundation for Jan Dhan accounts, which got kick-started in 2014. Today I think roughly India has close to 500 million Jan Dhan accounts, right? And in the same period around 2016 came Jio revolution, which basically increased the access to internet, to cheap mobile data, and they also rode on this whole wave of Aadhaar eKYC. Because Jio could very easily onboard more and more customers led by eKYC, otherwise the telco provider then would take weeks and months to verify and provide a connection. So this all set a very, very strong base for the identity. Now comes the second pillar. Now this is led by Jan Dhan accounts. There is this new formal economic participant which got created. Okay, they wanted to now transact digitally, right? So they needed a very capital efficient way in order to transact digitally, and hence came UPI. So NPCI launched in 2016 UPI, right? It's probably today the most popular way to transact digitally. The number of transactions that happen per month are mind-boggling. 7.8 billion transactions on UPI alone happen today, right? So this really set the whole wave of digital transactions which has been transforming the economy for now a couple of years. Now comes the third pillar, which is data, and again a very important pillar. So now this new economic class which has gotten created, which has started transacting digitally, why not leverage the data trail that they leave behind when they are participating in the digital economy, right? If I just see the numbers today, it's touted in several estimates that micro and small enterprises, there is a credit gap of about 20 to 25 trillion rupees, right? How do we overcome this gap? And in 2021, there was the launch of the account aggregator ecosystem. So account aggregator ecosystem is a new financial entity which actually provides data, consent-based data exchange between the lender and the borrower. And it is supposed to transform and democratize the access of financial services, including credit, insurance, etc., to not just the micro and nano enterprises, but also the low-income households. This again was followed on by ONDC, which is the Open Network for Digital Commerce, which is going to again democratize the access of transacting or selling online for the small and medium enterprises. And this list goes on and on with e-rupee, etc. Right, so India, the government has created this foundation in order to help businesses to, build product and service layers on top, and so that they don't have to start from the scratch. I was reading some of the very interesting estimates which said that DPI, the Digital Public Infrastructure, has a capability to add 100 basis points to their GDP. Another estimate said that India has achieved in 10 years what it could not have achieved in 50 years without DPI. So I think we are in really exciting times.
Krishnan, do you have a thought on that? On the digital public infrastructure?
I'd just like to say that making things easy makes a lot of sense for a lot of types of entrepreneurs, and whether it's micro, or I would talk a little bit more on nano entrepreneurs. But I think that making it easy, like right from today, as somebody said in the morning, if you want to buy a small piece of banana, you can go to the street vendor and do a digital transaction.
Something like this was absolutely unthinkable 10 years ago. And as I was sharing this with you, I was one of the late buyers into UPI. And I still have a lot of my relatives who would not want to do UPI because they are afraid that suddenly their money will disappear. Okay, so there is a significant amount of, and I think that the number of people, while anybody who is involved in entrepreneurship or trade do not have any inhibition to use these technologies, a lot of people are out there who are afraid of it. So how do you allay their fear? You know, like for instance, even when I put money into a bank, you know, unless there is an insurance that my money is protected, and today as many of us know, our money is protected in a bank of only 1 lakh rupees today. Okay, and that's very small. But I think we need to make sure that there is assurance to anybody who is doing UPI transaction that their money or transaction is safe, the bank account is not going to get wiped out overnight. And as you very well know, that there are many schemers out there who try to somehow find out something about your bank account, and I'm sure all of us have seen WhatsApp messages of people being cleaned out because they just pushed the wrong button answering a call. So there are issues that needs to be addressed. One is we need to ensure that just the way credit card insures you against any fraud, you need to ensure the same thing with UPI, and it's still not clear what it is, and it's definitely not obvious. The second, as I said, is there needs to be some more protection. Although you have double layers of protection, I think that still may not be sufficient to bring in confidence. So for us, I would say that we are about 1.3 billion people today, of which I think probably about 80% of them are, above 18 or so, and so which you're talking about 780 million people or so. So you need to make sure that these 780 people are all on the UPI plan. You say 95%, but I also see that within my own family, that number doesn't add. So somewhere I'm worried that of the Aadhaar. Okay.
No, but what I'm hearing you say in that sense is, I mean, like if I were to sort of rephrase what you're saying, is if we as the educated upper middle class and higher consumers have some apprehensions towards using UPI, there may be similar apprehensions across the segment that is going to use the same tools for their micro entrepreneurship needs. And technology providers and platform creators need to address those kind of concerns.
So I think the problem is a bit more with the more experienced people than with the youngsters. The youngsters don't seem to have any inhibition in jumping onto anything that's useful to them. But definitely people who feel that their retirement to lose or something like that, the entry barrier is much more. So some sort of insurance scheme would definitely make a lot of sense for that, and again we need to make sure that the 700 or 800 million people who are capable of using UPI should be using. But today even the youngsters are using UPI. Just that they may not have cell phone, but they borrow their parents' phone and use it anyway. So.
Thanks. Now coming to you. So just building on something that Megha said, do you believe that because of the increased access to banking, which came because of the digital public infrastructure, that micro-entrepreneurship has now received greater impetus, that there's ease of doing business because of that increased access to banking?
Yeah, sure. So I'll take a bit of contrarian view, and I'll quote Nandan Nilekani here. And once he famously said that India is not only a poor country, we are a data poor country as well. Now, we could have bank accounts, but if people are not using those bank accounts, we have a bigger problem. And we all know the data, there are varying estimates, but it's nowhere close to where it should be. So there's one public infrastructure, digital infrastructure, which is entirely powered by biometric, which is out there, which is again, is not being utilized, and that's the India Post Payments Bank. So I'm not sure how many of you know about this network, but our humble post office in every village in India, or every revenue village in India, is now a bank. And you can actually open your bank account in less than 2 minutes with absolutely no paper. Now, the one is awareness levels, and therefore, and this is a doorstep bank account, right at the doorstep, which is entirely powered by biometrics. So you access it, operate it. So that's one big opportunity which I see, which is really not being tapped into, because only when you have a bank account which you use does UPI make sense. Right? These numbers which you're looking at, I wonder how many of them are coming from the rural India. Right? We don't have data on that, right? So once you start looking at the data, we probably see that there's a huge opportunity which is not being leveraged. So that's where I'll stop. But that's a great opportunity which I think as an ecosystem which we should all enable.
I'm just tempted to ask one question to Ram, when his experience in the space. Ram, what's the reason that even when the banking has come to your doorstep, the depth of usage of financial services is so low?
I think it's about conditioning, right? So if you look at how many of us knew that a post office is now a bank, right? If you go and talk to a postmaster in a post office in a rural setting, and you ask him, can you tell me who's a banker in this village? He said, oh, there's a State Bank of India branch, please go there. But he will actually be, he's the banker, right? Because he's got the license from RBI, and he's got a board, it says India Post Payments Bank. So I think it's very important that we start making this institution, these are grassroots institutions, right? You have to make them realize that, hey, this is the power you have, and we are here to help you deliver on the promise which you have signed up for. So that's the big, it's a complex problem, but it's a behavioral problem, as Narayan sir was saying. It's about how do you bring about the change in culture, right? It's all about our mindsets, or biases which have developed over a period of time. We have to figure out a way to solve it, but we could definitely do it in small ecosystems, and we've done this at Rangde, and we've seen some remarkable results.
Thank you. Now, your thoughts on digital public infrastructure?
So I can talk about what's happening in US. And last week I tried to apply a small loan for putting a solar roof on my home. I mean, it's like maybe $65,000–$70,000 of expense. The system, I'm just walking you through how the system works. It's like 5 minutes for me to apply for it. And as soon as I applied to some bank's website, they asked me what was the first address you were living when you came to this United States. Now think about it, I migrated 20 years ago, but they have that data. And I had to scratch my head and remember the address. Then they asked me what was the color of my first car. Then they asked me what was the, they knew everything from the moment I went to US 20 years ago. They had this data which we have been talking about, compiled in such a way through, and the foremost important thing which I'm really passionate about is called public policy, which you're calling about digital public goods. When the public policy is implemented, they implement in such a way that there are several stakeholders throughout the process. And everybody should be able to use that uniform public policy in a manner they feel appropriate and useful. So even the credit rating company is using the same database to pull my information. Banks are using the same database to pull, to give me to lend me money. Even the car company is pulling the same database to see the history of my credit and other things. So yes, so it's digital public infrastructure, digital public goods, but it comes from the public policy. That's the point I wanted to make.
Thanks so much. Moving on from the public sector infrastructure that exists, what is the private sector initiatives that you are most excited about? From what you are seeing from technology platforms across the private sector that you've seen which have helped create scale entrepreneurship at scale. What do you like the most? What are you most excited about? So, as part of my previous role as with the Venture Capital Fund, and we used to see a lot of startups, every day. And I think they have created amazing solutions in every aspect of life. So I'll just take an example of a job platform. So today, if you see the women workforce participation especially is very, very low in India, right? If I include all the farm, non-farm jobs, it's about 20%, and if I just look at the blue-collar workers, it's less than 10%, right? There are obvious issues, especially in the blue-collar segment, because women don't have access to the social networks through which men get the jobs, right? There are several other restrictions on the location, on the kind of jobs that they're doing, etc., right? A lot of work is happening in this space, right? Talking about the job platform, the platform is simply a marriage between the employee and the employer. So they provide accessibility to the employers for the potential candidates. Now, and just so many inherent biases are there in the system for women, right, that even these platforms are not able to push the women employment, right? So I asked one of the platforms, I said, what is the issue? Why is the women participation so low on your platform? So they said that, in order to connect the employer to the employee, I have to give the female's phone number to the employer, which they don't want to give, right? And hence they don't want to come to my platform and participate on it. So there's a startup which just flipped the problem, okay? They said, okay, why not have the employees call the employers, okay? And this platform, after doing this, started clocking 40%, rate in the women participation, okay? So they're placing some 80,000 candidates every month, and 40% of that is women. So I mean, there are some amazing, innovations that are happening. You talk about the larger tech platforms. You talk about the likes of Amazon Saheli. You talk about Meesho, right? They're providing so much employment to the micro entrepreneurs in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and getting those locally produced, products to the fore, right? So I think there's tremendous amount of innovation that's taking place and everywhere, right? I can talk about on and on about this, but yeah.
For sure, I think women's entrepreneurship is a pet area for a few of us. So I mean, just building on that a little bit. So women's access to employment or entrepreneurship has typically had one or two more hurdles than men's access to those things. And it's usually been an issue of geography. You are restricted by where you are. Women typically don't tend to move out from where they are, and the internet has opened that up. And I know Krishnan had a point of view on that, so if you want to build on that, please.
Okay. So the thing I want to talk a little bit more about in detail is what I call as an unorganized nano sector. What I mean by that is today, we can't say the same thing about somebody having a job versus somebody being employed. So most entrepreneurs are employed, but they are job creators. They are not job seekers. So we need to look at entrepreneurs in a very wide sense. So today, for instance, anybody who is an Ola driver or an Uber driver is what I call the unorganized nano entrepreneur. You're talking about YouTube. YouTube has created a huge opportunity for you to sit at home, create something that somebody else is appreciating. And to be honest with you, if you look at some of the people who are YouTube influencers, they make more money than CEOs of many of the companies today. So it's creating an opportunity that is scalable, and it's not recognized today, but it has a phenomenal growth potential. Now, and Indians, for some reason, I don't know if you remember the old joke that somebody goes to Everest and then there's a guy who's with a tea shop with an Indian on top of the Mount Everest. This is a very old joke. But that sort of signifies the Indian entrepreneurial characteristics. But most of our entrepreneurial characteristics is depicted as in the unorganized sector. Right from a prime minister's selling chai in a train to the fact that I remember when I was young, this milkman will come with a couple of cows and he will milk in front, otherwise my mother would not accept that milk. And it's got to be fresh, even though it may not be the most healthy way of doing it, but that is what is accepted because she's always worried that the guy is going to mix some water on inside which is not getting pure milk. But right from the plumber to anything, nano
our unorganized nano entrepreneurship has been inculcated right from, at least independence, if not before independence. Now, the technology is today enabling that to a scale wherein you do not have, you can have a small, you can be a nice painter, you can be a good singer. Previously, if you're a good writer, to get your writing published was an arduous process. We probably lost, I don't know how many millions of excellent writers. Today, all you need to do is to go to Amazon or go to any other place and just put it out, and you may be recognized, and suddenly you can become very popular, and of course you become employed. So I think nano entrepreneurship and unorganized entrepreneurship should be appreciated. Now the problem that we have today is how do we grow that? How do we grow that? How do we facilitate that? How do we finance that? For instance, if I want to be an Ola operator, I need a car or an auto rickshaw. I need some money to do that. So that's where financing comes into picture. And I probably don't have any collaterals. My business score is probably not so great. So how do we enable that? The other part is acceptance. Small anecdote here. So at IIT we've been incubating companies, encouraging a lot of students to start companies. So I have a kid who I actually made him start a company. After he graduated, he said, I found that the guy was brilliant, but not great at taking exams and other things. Okay. So at the end of the day, after 3 years, he started a company, robotics company. He was making about 25 to 30 lakhs revenue per year, which means he was taking home at least a lakh per month. Right? Better than anybody. This is a 2005, 2006 time frame. But one day he comes to my office in tears and says, "You ruined my life." And I'm looking at him and saying, "What did I do? I thought you were doing all right." He says, "You ruined my life because no father wants to give a bride. They all want a, employment certificate or a paycheck at the end of the day. Otherwise, they will not give me a bride." And so we need to. And I'm sure that any Ola driver will have the same problem. Any Swiggy guy who is making a job will have the same issue, that they will have social acceptance is going to be something that they are going to be challenged with. They're doing it because they have no other, probably better mechanisms to find employment. But I think we need to bring in pride into all these guys. They have to, and we have to feel good about the fact that the person is earning money, because any alternative cannot be better. So I think we need to find mechanisms to grow this. We need more YouTubes like mechanisms. We need to expand this to sectors such as education, for instance. Today, if I'm a teacher, today I can go to Byju's and earn some money. I can go to be employed in a school or a college. But then, in fact, some of my students are working on a platform which hopefully will provide the instructor a much wider platform similar to a YouTube or even a little bit beyond that. Similarly, we need to look at every other, opportunity and create, nano entrepreneurship opportunities. And I think that will fill a fair part of the gap that we have today. We talked about 418 million unemployed youths in India, of which remarkably Ram was saying that of which surprisingly only 130 are women.
140.
140. That's really
challenging that number.
But anyway, we need to find mechanisms and scalable mechanisms, and I think this unorganized sector is going to provide that. And it's scalable, it's self-scalable, and that's very important.
I like that distinction that you made, like the unorganized nano sector. In that sense, if we think about it, most of the platforms that we commonly associate with micro-entrepreneurship, the moment we hear micro-entrepreneurship, we immediately go to, like we pretty much all of us in our pre-panel discussion, we were Ola, Uber, Dunzo, Urban Clap. But in some sense, if we want to use your classification, those are say the unorganized, they are the organized sector, they are the entrepreneurship model for the people who don't yet want to be true entrepreneurs, right? They're still sort of associated with the brand, saying, okay, I'm a driver for a larger brand than me. So they're not still ready to go out there and be a brand for themselves. But the unorganized nano entrepreneurship model that you suggested is probably literally somebody who's more of a DIYer, who is able to stitch together 2 or 3 different pieces. Like the example that we saw in the morning of the person who was trained by Deshpande, who's now using, say, an Instagram to promote her products, then a WhatsApp to reach out to multiple customers and showing that, the next, this is a new collection, and then using a phone pay to actually receive the money. She's not under a specific platform like a Meesho or an Urban Clap. So that they've kind of, if we were to sort of take it through like various steps in the journey, in that sense the unorganized entrepreneur is closer to being a truer entrepreneur, and today those platforms also exist. You can take 3 different platforms created by 3 different large corporations and stitch together a business for yourself, and that's fantastic about what's happening in India today. But Ram, to one point that Krishnan had mentioned about the access to credit, again, so I'd like to take it a little deeper with you with the Runway story. As a technology platform yourself, how are you using technology in order to do, say, for example, something like a credit scoring for people in this unorganized sector that Krishnan spoke about? How are you building credit scores for people who don't have credit scores, and how has technology helped you to enable micro entrepreneurship at scale?
Yeah, okay, great. So we actually don't build credit scores. We actually are using an alternative model to underwrite risk while giving credit. Because if you look at traditionally, if you don't have a credit score, if you have never borrowed before, then the banks do not lend money to you, period, right? So no matter what, they will say, sorry, we got a -1 from the credit bureau, will not lend money to you. So what we've done at Runway is really looked at this problem a bit differently and said that, well, if there are communities who have a lot of trust, which they enjoy with a community partner, who is committed to either create or sustain livelihoods for them, then could we unlock that trust and use that as a social capital and use that to underwrite the risk? Now this is how we started way back in 2008. We were the first peer-to-peer lending platform in India, and then and we saw that it was working. We obviously started really small, and then we started scaling that model, and we started seeing this work again and again. Because come to think of it, right? So if each of these ecosystems were islands, and everyone trusts each other in this island, and if you can connect all these islands to a common platform using technology, then you've got a compelling proposition. And that's exactly what we've done at Runway. So we connected all of them to a platform where all of us, anyone who wants to lend money to a person who's been excluded, you can actually come and invest. We call them social investors, but you are actually lending money to them. In effect, what is happening is you're actually becoming a banker to this person. Right? So it's very powerful.
Like Google could be a banker to somebody, somebody who wants to buy a goat in a village.
Yeah, so it's very powerful. And a few years back, we also got the license from RBI. So every time you lend money, you also now create a credit score for this person in all the 4 credit bureaus in India. Unlike the traditional banks, at Runway, every time we see somebody's score come back as -1, we actually celebrate it. And we have a special celebration, and where we said, okay, we just include one more person onto the mainstream formal system. So, and also just want to take an example of, so we have this wonderful partner called Development Alternatives, and thanks to them, we were working in Mirzapur, it's in Uttar Pradesh. So this desire by the women group there, one of the women stood up and said, I want to buy an e-rickshaw and become an e-rickshaw entrepreneur. So they went to the local bank, and the bank bank flatly refused to give a loan. And the request came to Rangde and we said, yes, you're most welcome, and we gave her a loan. What happened next, no one was prepared for. Because what happened was, she became the most sought after e-rickshaw in entire Mirzapur, because parents of school-going children felt the children were very safe if they went with her. And there was this huge demand for e-rickshaws driven by women. And there were 20 more applicants, and we gave all the 20 women more loans. And it was widely covered in the media, the local media, and the branch manager one day came knocking in the office of a partner and invited them to the bank branch. They said, sir, we are doing all right. We are getting loans from Rangde. We thank you for inviting, but why do you want us to come? He said, we'll be happy to give you loans as well. The officer immediately said, the branch team member said, the partner team member said, but sir, you can't match Rangde's interest rate. They are very, very affordable. He said, who told you that we can't match? And as a consequence, I'm very happy to share, the local bank is now lending money to the e-rickshaw.
At the same rate as well.
At the same rate as well.
It's like Abdul said, right? Banks will lend to people who don't need the money.
Yeah. So it's a small, as Narayanmurthy sir said, this is, we need to change the culture, right? It's all about behavior change. But we need to set an example, set a precedent. And I think we're trying to make this in a small way. Yeah, I'll stop.
So your thoughts on your favorite platforms or the best examples that you've seen of technology platforms enabling micro-entrepreneurship in India?
So, are you ready for a quote? Let me share a quote, my favorite quote in a startup actually. Life is not a literature. All romance, no children. It doesn't happen. Life is, it's actually reverse of it. So all business plans are actually literature, but business reality is life. So the way it goes is like micro-entrepreneurship, what we talked about, right? So one person got lending from a bank, e-rickshaw puller. Now let's say, think about this situation. If the same person set up an academy, set up a rickshaw, or if he can from one rickshaw to 1,000 rickshaws or 100 rickshaws, he can expand his business. That is expanding a business from micro-entrepreneurship to macro level. And that is where the difference comes when we talk about the scale of a business. Because yes, you would have tremendous amount of examples where several people like Ola copied Uber. Uber was the original model, but there are 500 other Uber type of models which is happening all over the world. But how many are really, really scaling their single business model? As they said this morning, right? You have one idea for the entire village, or you have 10 ideas for one village. So you have to decide how you want to scale your micro-entrepreneurship, that idea, to a macro level, and put a process in the system where it works flawless. Flawless means absolutely flawless. Website, I'll give you an example. We have a Obamacare launch, and there are some doctors, they would understand what I'm talking about. 2008, and they launched insurance healthcare for 2.5 million people. Suddenly their website crashed in the middle of the night. Everybody was rushing. It's a free, they said it's a free insurance happening in United States. In the United States, their website crashed. For next 48 hours, it became a big news on CNN. Everybody was talking about it. Obamacare failed. Obamacare failed. Their website crashed. They're not able to accept the registration. And it was just a technological blooper, nothing else. So sometimes, you really have to see when you're talking about taking at a different scale from micro to macro, the business model, reimbursement model. Like one thing we always see in our, I'll give you an example of our business model. Mr. Nayak is here. You were talking about Omega Healthcare, the thousands of employees they need now, right? When I moved to United States 20 years ago, we have a similar business model. The internet was like 32 kbps. And I don't think in India there was internet at that time, but dial-up internet was there. So there was no scope of transferring data from United States to India. So when I went there, I used to work in a doctor's office as a medical biller, technician, IT guy, everything. So there was no way I could scale that business model. So time passes by 1 year, and then suddenly they launched this DSL connections, or high-speed internet connection. The whole thing changed, because then we had a flexibility of work from home. But again, there was no flexibility in India because India was far behind at that time. But 10 years ago, fast forward, when we have all broadband, Jio came in the last 4 or 5 years. Now we have employees here. Omega has thousands of employees. Your skill program, you have people here, and anybody can work from home. It's a transforming technology and transforming example how you can scale. Now, the work which I was doing, it was a home-based work. We used to go to the doctor's office, collect medical records, take it to our home, send the bills by hand. So the whole business model is transformed just by using the technology. And that came from public policy, that came from public infrastructure, that came from different stakeholders who are playing a role at every level. So everything works in that.
If I may, since those are two great thoughts that we got from your talk, if we can just expand on that a little bit. One is this point that he brought about on home-based work. The fact that the remote working culture can also equally benefit micro-entrepreneurs sitting in India who want to, say, for example, target a market elsewhere. And I'd like to, in this case, bring a non-Indian example a little bit from my past work. So I used to be with the United Nations World Food Program, and we invested in this startup of sorts. It's called Empower, which was based out of a refugee camp in Jordan, so these were Syrian refugees who were based out of Jordan and hadn't, had interrupted their studies. So say, for example, there's somebody who has finished 3 years of engineering and hasn't finished the entire degree. Then sitting in a refugee camp 2 years away from your country and having no means to earn. So the UN typically gives you about $30 a month, 32 to be precise, and you use that to make do. We took a bunch of these students, these young people, and we trained them in basic tasks like cropping images, doing QuickBooks, basic technologies that already existed and for which customers existed all over the world, especially in the United States. And then we got them contracts like Amazon Mechanical Turk. Essentially, we created a Mechanical Turk of our own where we said, here we have these skilled employees, if you want to call them that, or contractors, who can then do this task. And suddenly, this person who was quote-unquote earning $30 a month was now earning $5 an hour, anywhere between $5 to $8 an hour. And I know Krishnan had that example from IIT Madras, which was the DC Crew example. So how does the the decoupling of geography and using technology help us to create and increase the number of micro-entrepreneurs? Do you have some thoughts on that?
A pretty tough question, but as you rightly put it, DC Crew is a stunning example. See, BPOs have been doing this quite effectively. A lot of the software industry was also based on that over the years, wherein you convert, the conversion factor was a key parameter in terms of, when I say conversion factor, not the dollar to rupee, but more importantly, the cost of employment in Western world to the Indian world was an advantage that we took benefit of. But if you look at the type of jobs that were done using this model, it used to be what I quote-unquote chore jobs, routine jobs. I think that paradigm is changed significantly thanks to COVID. Today, I think that you can have more intelligent jobs or high-tech jobs that can be done in India, but then the beneficiary can be anybody in the globe. Now, I also believe, so we're talking, if you look at the statement in our mandate for this particular panel, we're talking of 2030. So by 2030, if you were to believe, and I have no reason not to believe, the propaganda or the slogan from the government of India, by 2030, we should be a $10 trillion economy. That will put us probably in number 3, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, of course, the other countries are also going to grow. But I think we'll be a 10 trillion company where I think these advantages will make less sense. I think we need to start looking at real global, workforce. We may also want to, look at how we leverage our intelligence as well as our capability to make very important contribution, particularly in the deep tech sector, and how we scale it up. So, for instance, IT Madras, we are very proud of the fact that we probably have a very thriving ecosystem for startups. We focus mainly on deep tech startups. So that if you look at the numbers, we're talking about only 300. I mean, compared to so many other accelerators across the country, which talks about much bigger numbers. But what we're looking at is these 300 startups have today employ about 8,000 high-tech employees. And our goal is to go to about 100 startups, deep tech startups, every year by 2030. So if you just add these numbers up, we are talking of just one small ecosystem in IIT Madras that will probably create 30 to 40,000 deep tech jobs. Now if you can scale that across maybe the top 100 institutions in this country, I think that will satisfy, because these 100, these 300 companies have, scaled to about 8,000 tech jobs. And that scalability, they'll start employing large numbers. So there is a very significant opportunity for the so-called, high-tech jobs to be also emanating from India. But who is this client becomes irrelevant in this world, because more and more the demographics is vanishing. Most of our startups today do not think of India as the only market. In fact, they start up by saying that we start in India, and then but we scale, we're looking at the global market. And that's kind of the way we want to grow. And so I strongly believe that the deep tech startups will form a significant component in this quest to solve this 480 million unemployment in India. So I think we have a great future, and I strongly believe that institutions of engineering universities, medical universities, others have to transform themselves a little bit and look outwards. And once we have the mechanism in place, and there are very good models that we can show across Indian institutions, I think that they can become a small part of a very large contribution. Thank you.
I want to mention one thing on the software side.
Okay, sure. I just want Megha to take one sub-point from that. So while Krishnan touched upon what we could possibly call transferable skills. So like maybe my ability to do QuickBooks is about as same as Krishnan's ability to do QuickBooks, and therefore like 200 million entrepreneurs can be created on the same scale. The women's entrepreneurship also allows us for what is possibly non-transferable. So like my ability to make a pickle could be very different from your ability to make a pickle, and therefore you marketing your pickle could be a different, and how has technology allowed sort of unique product providers to, market, to improve their sort of market access, especially in, not just the India market, and we are looking at using micro entrepreneurs to go out beyond the India market. Any thoughts on that?
No, of course, Nisha, see, technology is inclusive. It democratizes, right? It opens up markets, accessibility for all kinds of entrepreneurs, including women entrepreneurs all the more, because they have so many limitations around the things that they have to work with, right? And I just wanted to add one point here, and it's not just about markets and accessibility. When they're transacting with the outer world, markets beyond India, they're transacting digitally, right? They're creating a digital footprint. That opens up doors for so many other products to them, right? They can access credit going forward. They can access insurance. They can access upskilling. They can do so much more, with training, courses, etc. So this digital platform is, I think, is democratizing the access of all these micro entrepreneurs to, the entire world. Not just accessibility or market linkage. So it's very, very powerful, for sure. Okay.
Can I just mention one product?
For sure.
Anybody here using CRMs? How many people are using CRM? Just raise your hand. Or aware of CRM, any CRM software. Have you heard about HubSpot? Okay. I don't know if it exists in India or not. But so HubSpot was launched probably, I think, 10 years ago in US. Launched by two very good Indian entrepreneurs, Dharmesh and one more guy. Now, initially it was an enterprise product and very expensive. I remember I was starting my company and I wanted to buy it, and it was like beyond my kind of. Then they realized over a period of time that no small businesses in US is adopting CRM, because there was a couple of Salesforce launched and then a couple of other softwares launched, and they made it free. So HubSpot was kind of compelled to make their platform free for micro entrepreneurs. So at that time, so initially for 1 year we paid them some fee. That's next year when the time comes for renewal, we said, well, we can't afford you. So they said, oh, don't worry about it, we made it free for you. They didn't want to lose us as customers.
There is an India equivalent as well. Is it Dukan? So there is this guy who was based out of Nasik or Nagpur, one of the small cities, and his dad used to run an electrical goods shop, and he just wanted to figure out how to sort of digitize his own accounts receivable and accounts payable.
So now,
and he created an app which is now being used by millions of small shopkeepers across India. So sometimes literally India and Indian entrepreneurs can figure out their own problems and solutions.
Yeah, but it was an American solution, and at that time the CRM was like hot, because every small entrepreneur, bigger entrepreneurs, they all are trying to, because in order to scale you have to do some kind of automation, and in order to do marketing automation, that was, social media was coming up, MailChimp, different type of email software, different marketing strategies was launching. So nobody was able to crack that code, and they did. And at the time when it was really needed, they made it free for micro entrepreneurs. Within 1 year, they launched their IPO, and now I think HubSpot is pretty good when it comes to IPO. Their IPO is to making money for investors as a company. So sometimes you have to see that the software which you made, what is an opportunity and who is paying for it. We call it a reimbursement strategy, because if you're not able to figure out who is paying for your solution or service, no matter how impactful it is, it's not going to be useful, or probably somebody is not going to use it who should be using it. So reimbursement is something which is very critical, even in Indian context. If somebody comes up with brilliant ideas, I'll give you one more example. There's a student peer-to-peer lending platform in US. I don't know if you know about it, SOFI, S-O-F-I. If you see, it's a $6 billion company. The revenue is about $1 billion. And just today I was looking into their numbers, because their stock price went down tremendously. And the company is losing probably $350 million every year for the last 6 years. So I don't know about the future. I mean, they have a radical technology, radical platform, solving the problem, social problem. Every student wants a loan there in the United States, but the company is bleeding. And so this is how all kind of stories you have, they are very successful when it comes to the solution, but when it comes to the business model and reimbursement, they're still struggling. So you have to see, it comes to the same point, life is not a literature. That's what I meant.
Makes sense. Coming back to one of the points that Kunal raised previously, Ram, I want you to answer this. So he spoke about scalability, but it was almost sort of instinctively the kind of scalability that we in tech startups always think about. That there's this one entrepreneur who creates this one large, monolith that will, keep growing, and there's like benefit for one set of entrepreneurs. Whereas, it doesn't trickle down as much of the society. But then we have, on the flip side, models like Meesho, other models that allow for the, if you want to call it that, the lead entrepreneur, to create a bunch of, an entire army of micro entrepreneurs on their own. And how can a platform get on there, or how can access to credit help people? So say, for example, if there are tech entrepreneurs in the audience who are thinking about what kind of business models they could build upon. One of their scaling strategies could be you go it alone and you just could build it up. But another could be that, you want to create an army of micro entrepreneurs that are supporting you. Even Deshpande Foundation with the banana drying logic was using some of that model, right, where you're creating micro entrepreneurs in each village who will then take the bigger ethos. How can access to credit help them create those kind of models? What kind of models should they be looking at for more inclusive scalability and more micro entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I think so. One thing which is blatantly missing in the entire formal financial ecosystem is the whole choice architecture. Right? So when you want to borrow money, does the lender give you the opportunity to choose how much, when, for how long, and on what terms you want to borrow? Very rarely. Right? So they probably tell you this is the scheme, this is the program under which you qualify, and that's about it. At Ramdev, we've been very conscious about this from day one. So we not only make credit affordable, it's about 6 to 8% per annum, but also we give them the complete choice architecture. So when you combine the two, it becomes a game changer for the entrepreneur, especially a micro entrepreneur who is just getting started. So imagine an entrepreneur who's getting credit based on the cash flows of a business which he or she is about to set up. Right? So credit becomes an enabler. It doesn't become a burden. So that's very important. Right? So we need to really, we are obviously very small, but it's very important to create this differentiated service offerings, which are designed ground up for entrepreneurship, especially micro entrepreneurs. And in terms of the ecosystem itself, just to add to the other point is, I think we have got the Mishos of the world and all of them, but at some point they control the ecosystem, right? The power lies with them. I think that's when Nandan came up with this wonderful initiative, which is it's going to be as revolutionary as UPI, called ONDC, Open Network Digital Commerce, where there's this whole ecosystem which is getting created, where it's actually it's in different silos, right? Somebody's helping, there's a seller ecosystem which is just super focused on helping people succeed, right? They'll take care of cataloging, and so by unbundling, you're actually getting a lot more value. And I think, so these are exciting times, absolutely, but we'll all have to we'll have to proactively play our own parts, right? Only then some of these amazing public digital good, public infrastructure for digital good will really work.
I sometimes wonder about the kind of possibilities that would be there, Ram, when Ocane and an account aggregator would intersect with an ONDC.
Oh, I think, yeah, if I can talk about that. So one of the things I think the future is, I just want to go back to this point where people, you just start saving money in a post office account, IPPB account, you start creating a cash, a trail, right, of data. Now that data can be used by a lender, potentially any lender, and get access to the data in real time. So for example, I'm sure many of us, when we go to a bank, they say, can you get 6 months bank statement, 1 year bank statement? Account aggregator will make this, in real time, you can actually access somebody's bank account statement with their consent, of course. So they'll give you a biometric consent and you can get for 6 months. It just doesn't stop there. It will also take the capability to monitor their bank account activity during the course of the loan. So as the person repays the loan, you could still, as a lender, take consent from the borrower saying, can I still get a statement while you're repaying the loan? Just imagine the power of this, right? You can actually create a real-time forecast on how well your portfolio would perform. So that's one thing. And that would lead to something called OCEN, which is an open credit enablement network, where it will become truly a level playing field. Because I think, again, I will quote Ayam Mutisa in the morning. He gave this beautiful example of how the janitor went to the ATM, and the ATM did not differentiate, right? OCEN is that, right? OCEN will become that, wherein all it would do is look at the data, it will not care it's coming from whom, where, whatever. It says, okay, this is your data, this is the loan, these are the terms.
Imagine the kind of power that it would put in the hands
so
of
that day is not
customers.
far away. Yeah.
That's an exciting discussion, but we'll open it up to questions from the audience. We've been speaking for way too long. So if anybody has questions, please. Oh, sorry, the mic's already gone.
I have a question for Kunal.
Kunal, you've talked a little about public policy. I'm curious to know what public policy recommendations could you give to the central government, let's say, to encourage more healthcare entrepreneurship in India?
See, data is the king, right? We have been hearing about it. Data is truly a king. So the only opportunity I find in Indian at a larger level is that the data is fragmented here. Every state has their own data. Every solution, if they are building a solution, they have their own data. Hospital has their own data. They are doing something in IT, but everybody has the data. So data is sitting in a fragmented pockets. So if we would have a uniform public policy which will define where the data will reside, who will own the data, who would have the access of that data, and what would be the levels of access of that data, I think that would be the starting point. I mean, it is huge. It's a sea. So, but at some point, public policy should be able to control the data. I mean, they have done it in US. I'm very impressed the way we have done it there. From the moment you enter into the United States, your data is, preserved there, and it's shared between only those parties who really need to have access. So that would be the ideal situation. Or even more than that, that is, he said that we don't have this bank statement system, what he's talking about. We have problems like HIPAA. We can't disclose medical records to each other. So we have different type of problems. But here we can solve some of the problems because the way things are going and the way people are solving the problems. I'm very positive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Christian, my question to you, you spoke about pride in nano micro entrepreneurs. I'm saying from the other side, how do you inculcate the sense of dignity of labor in the beneficiaries and customers so that the pride goes to the nano entrepreneurs? Any thoughts on that?
So thank you for the question, because I was surprised that nobody asked me the finish to that story I said about my story, the guy who came and was in tears. So fast forward about 12 months later, he comes to me with all smiles, gives me a wedding invitation card, and I was more than surprised to see that it is my lab technician who is the bride, and she didn't give any hint about this either. So that kind of solved one of my very difficult problems on that end. But just to act on pride. So just to say that, so this guy is an entrepreneur. Today, if he is looking for a bride, I think most parents are not, going to say no to him, because today entrepreneurship has become a profession of pride, and to a larger extent, it's probably overshot where it should be. Today, I think everybody thinks that you're an entrepreneur. Okay, when are you going to become a unicorn? And when is my that's become the norm today. And I must say that the government and Prime Minister has to take a lot of credit for doing that. I mean, the Startup India has absolutely created a pride in anybody who wants to become an entrepreneur. In those days, you're an entrepreneur because you have nothing else to do. You failed your campus interviews, you failed everything, and that's why you became an entrepreneur. That was the concept then. Today, I don't think there is any issues in believing in entrepreneurship as a profession. So that is the major pride that has already happened, and more and more success stories will create that pride and reinforce it over the next few years, over the years coming up. So I think that's not I think that's going to happen organically. The question that comes up is this: whatever I said, maybe is it an urban thing, or is how far is rural India looking at it? And I think that's where we need to take some of these entrepreneurial efforts into the rural. And not that it's not being done. Deshpande is doing it. Zoho's founder Sridhar is a big proponent of rural India. Desi Crew is an example that we have where we took BPOs to the rural community. I think it's important to look at India on a wholesome basis rather than looking at only metro population as our workforce. I think that transformation still is pending in a broad sense, and I hope that will happen over the next 7 years.
target 2030?
Hi. I have two things. One is, even MBBS doctors don't get rights today unless they have a super specialization. My question is, we are an entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs, and we have a 60-member team. Now, couple of months back, on an exit interview, I asked why they are leaving. They give me a simple answer. They say, you're not registered at a stock exchange, okay? So I don't get a loan. How do you solve this problem of even retaining good people? I have a question to Ram. How are we going to solve it?
I think the answer to that is basically you should find a way to find good people. So then retention will not be a problem.
I am talking of how the banks don't give loans because they are working with a startup.
Yeah, I think
I don't know whether they are going to get married or not, but my question is in the loans.
Yeah, it depends how they perceive it. I think, and that's the reason I think you should set the expectation. The fact that they're not getting a loan, they're part of the large majority of India.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll try to do that.
Yeah, they're not a minority. In fact, the tiny minority actually get loans from the bank. So, I think the key thing would be that to really align why they are joining the startup, if they know exactly what the trade-off is, then I don't think that would be a challenge. I think it's very important for anybody who's on an entrepreneurial journey, whether as a founder or as a team member, that you sign up knowing very well what you're signing up for. So I think that's, I would say, again, on a serious note, I think it's very important to, so for example, at Rangde, we take a lot of time to welcome somebody on board. It's by design. So I think that investment of time really helps to prepare them, because it's not about that individual, but it's about the entire family supporting them in their decision.
I agree to that. We do that actually. Thank you.
Somewhere some fintech entrepreneur heard this and figured out an untapped
So
segment.
this is a
Employees
perfect,
of startups.
I wanted to mention this is a perfect opportunity for social entrepreneurship or the banking system to solve this problem through technology.
Absolutely.
So like,
Look at
our side,
not
we
getting a
don't,
loan.
right. In US, they don't ask, they do ask what do you do, but your loan taking capacity depends on your credit rating. So if we have a good credit rating system here, and we can track everybody through the data, then you can solve this problem.
Even the farmers have the problem. And I don't know how many farmers know about the CIBIL scores. Yesterday there was something which came up, and you need to have a CIBIL score for a farmer to have a loan. I don't know. What are we looking at?
That's where the data plays a role, right? That every person and individual should be connected. No matter whether he's illiterate, literate, he has Aadhaar card or not, he should be in the system.
No, but if India is a cash economy,
Right.
and my money doesn't go to the bank, how is a bank going to decide what is my CIBIL score? What is my credibility?
There's a third-party rating agency, right? We have the CIBIL, so bank has access to them.
Not just ratings, if I may interject. So in other geographies, there have been attempts, and I'm sure there have been a few in India that I am not aware of. But using other data points, one is like Ram mentioned, your transactions into your bank account, but literally like large-scale satellite data monitoring of things like your farm, how much your NDV, how much green cover is on the farm, has that. So if you've taken a loan from a bank, and the farm is being monitored via satellite, the bank knows exactly whether you ever planted anything, you ever harvested anything, and you then if you go back to the bank and say I can't repay because I lost the crop because of whatever weather issues, they know whether you are saying the truth or not because they have the data to back it up, even if it's not your personal data. So but I mean we are sort of diverting from the topic, so we'll just wrap up unless somebody has a question. One last question, otherwise we wrap up. That's it.
So the question, yeah, we are lending. We are lending to the FPOs. But we do this a bit differently. We lend it to the farmers in the FPO, and the money gets transferred into the FPO's bank account. So you are creating credit score for all the farmers in the FPO, as well as strengthening the FPO as an institution. Yeah, I think it depends on, so RBI has a limit which is 10 lakhs, but it's quite a wide, large limit.
So with that, we'll wrap up. Thank you very much for your attention. We all, I think, leave the stage with, and there was a question that I meant to ask everybody, but it's probably homework that all of us can take as self-reflection. What can we do as an ecosystem enablers in order to create more equitable models of business so that we can in turn use technology to enable more and more micro-entrepreneurs in urban and rural India? With that, we leave you. Thank you so much.
Wonderful session, panel. Thank you so much for that. There were so many ideas. I've noted them all down here. Maybe we can discuss about that later. But I'd now like to invite Sudhanva to give off the mementos to the panel members.
And with that, we have reached the last session for this development dialogue. And what better way to have the closing session than to talk about partnerships? This TD and all of you coming together to Hubli is proof of what partnership can do. The world is witness to NGOs, INGOs, government and non-government bodies coming together to work towards solving some of the biggest challenges that infest our society today.
DF's presence in North Karnataka has been able to cater to many lives. But when we look at scaling beyond our base to states like Maharashtra, Telangana, or even up further north, we can only do so through like-minded partners. Thus, we are seeking to partner with NGOs from all across the country to scale the impact our programs have had, and among them, a few programs that have been taken forward by our partner organizations are Farm Bond, Skill in Village, and Skill Plus. We will hear more about it in this session.
And with that, let us invite our panelists. Founder and Chairperson of Agastya, Ramji Raghavan. President of Sampark Foundation, K. Rajeshwara Rao. Director, Youth Programs, Quest Alliance, Nikita. Director, Help Your NGO, Winnie. Director, Skill Plus, Deshpande Skilling, Ravi.
And our moderator for this session is Benjamin Matthew, President of RTI KC.
Good evening, great audience. I come back again to the dais once again. Thank you so much for being here. And let me introduce my panel. I have Ramji Raghavan, and distinguished guest, founder and chairman of Agastya International Foundation. He believes that he needs to build India of tinkering, problem solvers and creators who are humane, anchored and networked. That's what he believes in. So welcome, Ramji Raghavan. I have Nikita Hinghani. Am I pronouncing it right? Okay, thank you. So Director Youth Program Quest Alliance, working with the domain of youth especially and creating meaningful learning experiences. That's what she is into. Thank you. Welcome. Vinny, Director, Help Your NGO, a chartered accountant, support non-profits to scale and achieve better outcomes. So that's where she works in. And finally, Ravi Chavan, a good old friend, working with Deshpande Education Trust on Skill Plus program. Welcome all of you for this program. We are here to have a very unique conversation on impact through partnerships. This is a thought that we have in our mind, and Deshpande Foundation also is looking forward to work on it. It means to say that we have a lot of programs that make impact on the ground, and how do we optimize, make it sustainable, scalable, and once it reaches that point where we can scale it, we want to get it off the ground and take it to every other place that is possible. So in doing so, one of the biggest limitations that comes in is basically our own capacities to implement or make it work. That's where the partnerships comes into play. And this panel is going to discuss the very basic facts or the directions in which partnerships can work and how we can take it forward and can we make an impact or not. With that brief note, let me just put my question first to Damji. You are the most wisest of this panel. So please give us an indication into how you have worked and how did Agastya come into picture, and what are the key notes that you think we should be taking into account.
So wisest, by wisest, I assume he means oldest by a long mark. But actually, he stole my thunder, because I was going to say, the longer I live and the more panels I participate in, the more conscious I am that my fellow panelists are growing younger and younger as I grow older and older. Be that as it may, it keeps me younger to be with younger people. So in terms of partnerships, when my colleagues and I started Agastya back in 1999, just imagine that I'd come back from living abroad for over 20 years, had virtually no networks here, had a lofty dream of helping create a creative nation and all the rest of it. So how do you even start? And what I stumbled upon out of necessity was that there were a lot of retired people who had tremendous knowledge and expertise and experience that were not being tapped into. And so I began to tap into them. And I did it because the people who were working did not necessarily have the time to talk to me, whereas the retired people actually were delighted to speak to someone about their own life and experiences. So I began to have a series of what I call curiosity conversations. And through these conversations, I created a network of about half a dozen extremely eminent people. People like the former chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, Engineers India, the former principal of Rishi Valley, a lot of scientists from the DRDO, and they began to give me a lot of ideas and insights which would have taken me a couple of decades to acquire. So it really shortened the life cycle of this whole process of trying to get an insight into the system in the domain that I was in. And I created a whole series of partnerships with very powerful individuals, which ultimately led to a partnership with the President of India, Dr. Kalam. Right? So I think one perhaps counterintuitive approach to partnerships, because we all talk about institutions and connecting with this company and that company and so on, is that there's a lot of cognitive surplus flying around the system. Can you tap into that and convert them into valuable partnerships? So that was one. The second is, these conversations made me think constantly in terms of scale.
And you see, scaling ultimately is a mindset. It's not about what you should do, what you shouldn't do. Those are things, obviously, you need to follow. But it's about a mindset. And in interacting with people like Iyengar, my father, K.V. Raghavan, and so on, I began to think in terms of how can the system change? What systemic changes are needed? How do we, if you like, raise the level of the ocean by a millimeter, as opposed to filling a glass with water? So that became embedded into the Agastya way of thinking. Scale, large impact, and that mindset is terribly important. To give you an example, when I went to talk to the government of Karnataka, with whom we have a phenomenal relationship, and they've helped us scale the work, the Commissioner of Public Instruction then, Baligar, said, look, Ramji, I am responsible for about, at that time, 1.2 crore children. Now, if you're going to come and talk to me about solutions that I can use for 1.2 crore children, because that is his mindset. So you need to talk that language, right? And then, of course, come up with workable, feasible things that can actually make that happen, which is an altogether different kind of thing. So scaling, this has been very helpful in us scaling as an organization across the country, but now we face another challenge. It's about scaling the organization, fine, but now we want to create a 10x or a 100x impact, which means converting the skilled organization into a movement. Now that we are talking about scale in a completely different dimension, right? And you have to think almost in a diametrically opposite way to the way you thought when you thought about scaling the organization. So those are a few points that if you think they're wise, by all means, but you don't have to be polite because my hair has turned gray.
Not at all. I think the audience is the judge of that. Thank you. But very, very wisely said. I think it's a very clear-cut statements that you made between a movement and an organization. That's an important element that we need to keep in mind. So coming back to Nikita, so what do you think on the same lines?
I think I'll start with maybe what we do at Quest, so that whatever I speak about partnerships, as kind of a context. So as Quest, which is a not-for-profit organization that started out of Bangalore about 15 years back, I think what brought a lot of us, initially together was the whole disgruntlement with the way teaching learning processes happened in some of the best schools in the country. If I could claim that I went to some of the really good schools and colleges through my life, I had the privilege. But the joy of learning and how much of relevance we found in learning was always a question all of us. And I did really well in my studies. That's the reason I went to some of the good colleges as well, because I could have the marks that were needed. But the joy of what was being taught was really not there. And I think hence what really brought us together as people who work at Quest is really how do we reintegrate that joy of learning in the learning processes, whether it's schools or whether it's vocational training organizations, whether they're government-led, whether they're private sector. So what could enable that curiosity, that relevance in the learning processes? And how do we make young people self-learners? Again, when I say self-learners, I don't mean that you need to learn by yourself using an app, but how do you drive your learning journey? So that's kind of the mission with which we work at Quest, which is enabling self-learning for young people so they can drive their own socio-economic growth in the way they like. And hence, the ability to think with your mind and making informed decision is the core at what we do. And to this end, the name itself, Quest Alliance, comes from the fact that we believe that if what Rafi was also talking about, if we were to bring about large-scale impact or even work towards creating movements, no single organization can do it on their own. And hence, the idea of starting as an alliance up front and being very intentional about how we grow and what we do right from the beginning, and partnerships being at the core of our work was very important. And hence, what we chose to do since the time we started is kind of work with two ecosystems extremely closely. One is to work with schools, the other was to work with government vocational ecosystem. So again, the idea was not to start our own schools or start our own centers, but see what government is doing, what other organizations are doing, and if there is a way we could strengthen some of it. So today we work sort of, in a big way with government schools across the country, in almost 12 states, where we work on how do we instill STEM mindsets for young women so that, we can nudge more and more young women to go into tech careers. That seems to be the flavor of the conversations, and also, a big emerging sector in many sense. And, I was talking to a lot of people yesterday here as well from all over the world. The number of women in the female labor force participation itself is so low. And if you look at number of women in technology careers, it's so dismal, right? And that really starts with the fact that women just don't even have exposure about STEM thinking, about careers, So how do we enable that early on when, girls are still in school? And similarly, the other big program that we work on is on vocational skills. So for example, we have about 3,000 government ITIs, another 12,000 private ITIs in the country. But we still continue to have such a big issue of skills and unemployment continues to remain very high. And a large part of that problem is the fact that vocational training organizations focus only on technical skills. They don't focus on what would really enable the transition of that young person from actually the vocational education to world of work. And those set of skills is what we focus on in terms of life skills. How do I even know what my career calling is? Financial literacy, digital literacy has almost become like life skills these days if you were to find any job. So those are all the aspects, right? And the idea is that how do we really keep partnership at the center of all of this and strengthen what's out there and bring solutions that could help strengthen what's out there. So yeah, I'll stop there and maybe.
I think that's a lovely, detailing that you kind of mentioned out. So I come back to, Vinny. So you are working with a lot of NGOs and you support them. In terms of technology as well as in terms of how you want to achieve the outcomes. So could you enlighten a little bit on that?
Sure. So let me start with explaining what Helper NGO does. So in one line, Helper NGO is basically a one-stop solution for any individual or company looking at supporting vetted Indian NGOs across India. So we started off as a database of NGOs, and we have over 700 NGOs listed with us, pan-India, working across all of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Over a period of time, we also started offering CSR consultancy services, NGO due diligence services, etc. But all of these are labor-intensive efforts. So currently, while we are working on building the NGO database and getting more non-profits on board, our efforts are focused on the technology-driven solutions that we have. So there are two products that we have which are technology-driven and most importantly focusing on partnerships. The first product is called the Systematic Giving Plan, SGP, which is conceptualized on the big SIP. So all of us know what SIP is. We are probably, most of us are already mutual fund investors. Radha earlier was talking about students approach and talking about mutual funds. So very similar to SIP, SGP basically encourages mutual fund investors to contribute a percentage of their investment to vetted NGOs. And Hingo, which is the second tech product that we have, it's a more broader product. It's a SaaS that we are offering to companies and individuals. So while SGP is focused only on mutual fund investors, Hingo is the broader product wherein any individual or company can support vetted NGOs. These are both plug-and-play mechanisms, so any company that approaches us can easily adopt it. There is no cost of implementation. We have all of the back-end mechanisms in place, and it's as simple as placing that Hingo button on your company's website, and there's a whole seamless flow that happens up.
That's wonderful. Slightly technical, I guess.
Yeah.
But trying to understand, this is a platform where a lot of the NGOs are listed.
Yes.
Okay. So Ravi, I come back to you. Okay. You are a grounds-up person. I think you know how to handle a partner and how to reach out to a partner. So what do you think is your mindset and how did you go about it?
Let me talk about first from where I come, what is the program I work. So I think most of you were there yesterday in the visit. You had been to a skilling center and you met few students. Right? So I belong to a skilling IU, and we got a two variants. One is one is Skill Plus R, where we used to get the students post their college graduation degree. After graduation, they come here and they spend some 3 to 4 months and they get a assistant for their placement. And another variant is we work in the college, the same program, our successful program we have taken to colleges, and we are operating from there. Now, very interesting thing is, first 7-8 years, we were operating from our own campus. You have seen the beautiful campus which we have. And after doing some 7,000-8,000 people graduation and assisting them into the placement, we were so happy that we have done something. That is what we wanted to do it. But we quickly realized that how big is the problem, what is the size of the problem, and what we have done it. Even the thing what we have done by doing some 7,000-8,000 is not even creating a dent on that overall big problem. We know a big number. I think I don't have to talk about numbers. How many people from different states, or let's look at only North Karnataka, how many people are graduating every year, and how many are directly employable from the college. So there's a big gap between graduation and employable. So that was the thing. So what we thought, this is not going to be possible to do everything from the residential what we do, and this is not in a cost, this is not possible. That's not a scalable model if you look at. So after working for 7-8 years, we perfected that model, and we thought we want to do it from there, and there we required a collaboration. And when I was looking at the collaboration from the outside, always college appeared to me collaboration is not possible with the college, with any institute like Deshpande Foundation who wants to go there and work and assist the students for the placement. That's the end goal, what we have. And that was the first initial impression we are having. But when we gone inside the problem, when we started working with the colleges, what was appeared to us was not there. Even we have that ecosystem, that understanding with the colleges, that people who's getting graduate from their college, they really want to, not everybody, but very few colleges, they want to make sure that the people are employable, that basic competencies what required to earn the entry-level job, they really want to give that. So for that, what was the thing? Collaboration, I was talking, yes, they say collaboration, we exchange MOU and everything happens, but after that what? We have to run a program, because those people going to be in the college for a year, how we are going to run that program? And without having that clear engagement activity list with us, we would have been not done that possible for us to do that for 100 colleges. This year we are working with 100 colleges, and initial first year was very difficult for us to work with colleges. They were not even allowing for us to every day for 2 hours of class to conduct. Projects were not there, computing lab was not there. Whenever we want to take class, students were not available because they are engaged with some academic classes. So there were many challenges for that. This is a very small collaboration which is supposed to happen between a skilling institute and a college. That was the difficult thing appeared to us. But once we started working with them, so once you enter the problem, once you define the problem and prepare engagement activities for them, after working 2 years, we have as of now around 3,000 students and 100 plus colleges in Karnataka and Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So this is the model which we can really scale. Now after scaling, means after having a collaboration in North Karnataka, now looking at the bigger picture, how we are going to make things at the national level. Now we are looking like this year we are experimenting with the Maharashtra, and we are very hopeful that we would learn out of that. We don't want to see the problem sitting outside. We really want to get into it. We want to give a try to it, and we will take it, and we are very confident that that ecosystem is there. those kind of people are available at all the part of India, and definitely we will progress on that. I think.
Wonderful. I think, Ravi, you mentioned it right, hardcore from the bottom. It is coming from your heart. So
yeah, as I belongs to, I come from Grom. So these are the live things which I see every day-to-day operations.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So taking it from that, I think I'll come back to you, Nikita. So what do you think, I mean, what are the key things that we look at when you have partnership, the fundamental challenges, and how do you kind of get over it? And I would like to pose the same question to Ramji as well. How did you make that a movement?
You know, there are different kinds of partnerships. We have partnerships with some state governments, Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra, and so on. We have partnerships with the IIIT in Hyderabad. We have partnerships with the IIT, the Indian Institute of Space Technology. So there are different partnerships for different kind of objectives. We are partnering with a company in Mysore about developing VR and AR applications in education in order to scale. So in each of these partnerships, obviously, you know, in partnership, you're looking for synergy. You're looking to address what objectives that partner has, which might be different from yours. But if in the process you can find synergy, then it's fantastic, right? So you go about doing that, and then you build those partnerships, and you have to address the other partner's objectives. The challenges are, you know, often partners have certain expectations. You'll proceed at a certain pace. It could be slow or fast, and you're all working at the same kind of pace. You have some key individuals running these partnerships, and they leave for whatever reason, and things can come back to square one. But fundamentally, especially in India, which tends to be relatively low trust, you have to build trust with your partners, that they can count on you. If you have that trust, then you can overcome a lot of obstacles, right? So there may be a technological fit, there may be all kinds of fits, but there has to be a cultural fit and a trust that this person actually will deliver the goods, or at least will attempt to deliver the goods to the best of her or his ability. So the trust element is something one should work on, you know. So the rest of it is, you know, you can almost read a book and get a checklist of things to look at. But if you want to create a movement, somebody talked about losing people. Now, if you're losing good people in an organization, that's a bummer, right? But if you think that you're trying to create a movement, which means you want to inject the system with your philosophy, then actually losing people is a good thing. Okay? So you would actually encourage it. In other words, you'd redefine yourself, not as an organization with a slightly fortress mentality, but almost like a university where you say, I need a core group of people who are really committed to my cause and who will stay on. The rest of them are almost like students, the majority. They will come, earn their degrees. Yes, we will have to reinvest time and money, yes, but then we're doing it with an objective of infiltrating the system. So you actually want to see the people who work with you moving into the larger system, into the government schools, for example, and taking your philosophy forward. And they become very good customers for you as well. So when you think of a movement, you do that. The other thing with the movement is, are you scaling the organization or scaling the idea? Okay? In Agastya, our mission is curiosity, creativity, confidence. Okay? A simpler way of saying that is aha, ha, ha. Now, if that is our philosophy, which it is, firstly, it's easier to understand. It certainly brings a few smiles to people. Even children I've seen can relate to the mission, which is very important. Because in scaling, one of the biggest problems is, how do you know the frontline person is actually enabling that? And in most organizations, there is what I call an exponential decay of vision.
to avoid the exponential decay of vision, you have to articulate your mission in such a way that is easy to understand and that hits people here and here, right? So that's another very important part of scaling, and more important for a movement. I've heard people come and tell me, and they have nothing to do with education, they're not school kids. I heard you or somebody else in Agastya speak, and I internalized the ha mission because it applies to me in my work, in my life. So those are all important, almost subliminal parts of the scaling to movement kind of evolution.
Thank you. I mean, well said. It's a very interesting pointers that you make. Okay. So Nikita, up to you.
I think agree to a lot of what Ramji said. I think just to add a couple of things, I think two kinds of partnerships that are very integral, and what I've seen very closely in the last 15 years. Working with government obviously is extremely gratifying because it gets you to the largest scale possible, and it gets you to the most unreached as well. But I think some of the things, in terms of, you can definitely work with the government very closely, demonstrate a lot of good things, but when it comes to them adopting some of the solutions, and which actually then lead systems change when those solutions are institutionalized and adopted, that leg of work is extremely tiring and requires extreme amount of patience. Because one, I think, with the government, people keep moving, people keep shifting. So, when you just think that, you've hit the nail and this is just happening and it's time, the officers have moved, some new person has come in and there you're like back to square one, trying to figure out, the alignment on goals right from the beginning, because that again becomes one of the most critical things, right? Like the priority alignment in a partnership and having a common shared vision to things is where I think it takes a lot of energy. So that becomes a really critical thing. And I talk about some of the hacks, that we've learned over the years in terms of how we do it in our work. But that's definitely, one of the challenges in terms of working with government. I think the other thing is, when I talk about working with, we have about 15 not-for-profits who are also a network partner. And we also work on building a strong knowledge and innovation community. But again, aligning on common solutions. Oftentimes, when we see that, if you want to come together for a knowledge exchange, oftentimes you realize that, a problem is so complex that there is no one thing. And I think somebody was again talking about it, and I think Desh was saying that in order to transform a village, there are hundreds of problems in the village. Now, one can of course say that I will work on one problem and I will just, I can't help the other 99. But what you can do is to find other experts who know the other 99 problems, bring them together to that platform. But that exercise of bringing people together to that alignment and coming together and working and building on each other's expertise, again, intentionality of investing into that process takes a lot of effort. And oftentimes the way the solutions are built, they're not very easy to replicate, right? They're built in a certain context, they're built for a certain audience, but when you have to take the same model to multiple states or to different kinds of audience, that scalability and replicability sometimes becomes a problem. So how do we productize, again, something Desh was talking about in the morning, that how do we look at more and more products which are easily replicable, adaptable by more and more people? I think those are some of the challenges that we see when it comes to partnerships for scale. But yeah, there have been some interesting ways we've been able to solve, but I'll talk maybe after.
I think that's lovely. I think really good. So as the conversation was going, I heard a certain point that it takes a fair amount of energy to maintain a partnership. Am I right in understanding that? And what would be your comments on that?
I'm talking based on my experience. Managing a partner, when you have done something, a program or anything on your own, everything you are doing from end to end, you are doing it, and you are reaching a phase where you need to a partner and we jump into it. And there will be situations where when we are working anything on the partner, who will take the credit? Who will take that credit? In a two organization or two individuals are working, who will take that credit? And that's a most important situation for any organization to take a pause and think and take a decision. What was the so important thing for any one partner in that? Is a credit or an impact? What is the most important thing is the impact. So I think there should be both, or one person should be, one organization should be saying, yeah, I'll let it go. Let my partner take that credit. But I would be so satisfied, overwhelmed by the impact what is going to happen. Now, same situation with the Maharashtra, we are looking for a partner, and these all the things we are discussing. Day to day, we are going and identifying partners to run our program at the Maharashtra region. And these are all the questions day to day we are getting, and every day our thought process is getting changed. Every day something is learning out. When we work something how we are operating at our place, that might not require that. So though we should be little open, flexible, adaptable to give that freedom to run the program, and more priority to the outcome, means impact. That's what my take.
So, if I may add, trust, transparency, credibility, all of that is extremely important. Of course, alignment of goals. But I think most importantly, because we're dealing with some donors, I feel it's really important to follow the bottom-up approach. So a lot of time donors come to us and tell us that, I'll actually give you an example. We recently did a menstrual hygiene management program in rural Rajasthan, and the donor told us we just want to distribute sanitary napkins near our factory premise. So after a lot of back and forth, we did some sensitization activities with the women in that community, and we did the program because it came from the management and we just wanted to use the CSR funds. But on follow-up with the beneficiaries, we found out that the program was a complete fail because the women there did not even have the undergarments that they need. So we redid the program, and now obviously we are scaling. But this is just an example that it's really important to do a need assessment before you actually decide on what to do, and definitely follow a bottom-up approach.
On the same question, the energy?
Yeah.
There are many factors. The higher the trust, the lower the demands on your energy. So let me give you an example. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala was a great partner of initially mine and then Agastya Foundations. Not once did he come to audit Agastya. Okay? And he has probably gave us close to 100 crores over the years. Not once did he come to audit. Now, should he have audited? Why not? It's his right. But he made an assessment based on trust, and the trust had to be constantly renewed, because you can't take anyone for granted, right? So we always demonstrate through our work, inviting him or his representatives to the grassroots to see what we are doing, to see something in action, what he heard from other people about what we were doing. So that kind of thing then, any other partner who had given us 100 crores, I would have probably had to hire 20 people to just meet the partner's financial reporting requirements. But that was not needed. Now, a completely different situation with the government of Karnataka. Okay? Very different organization. Rakesh's decisions were based on just talking, and suddenly he'll say, I'll do it. That's it. No one to consult. Right? Karnataka government is a large government. And the early years took us a lot of time. Now, we've been working with them for about 14, 15 years. And I remember one of the secretaries, when he took over, he said, Agastya, I know them, yeah. They're almost like our furniture. I don't need to question them on basic things. But monthly we report, we have to follow through all the due diligence, invite all the local government officers to our centers so they can see from time to time what's happening, be visible and show what you're doing, the good, and if you've run into problems, discuss them. So there are different ways of working with partners. The other thing with partners is view them as a source of innovation. Going back to my cognitive surplus thing. You may be partnering on something, but you get to know them and you brainstorm on some other things and some new ideas happen. So the partnership actually becomes a source of innovation for you, new ways of thinking. So they can be very, very powerful and not just take energy, but actually contribute energy.
I completely agree with everything Ramji said. I think just to add to, some of the things in terms of what has hence been our learnings, in terms of how we've dealt with partnerships and how to sort of, if I could call them good, successful partnerships. I think for me, one of the things that we've kind of, been reflecting upon as an organization for the last couple of years is the fact that if we were to really truly believe in collaborative action, which would actually lead to movements and large-scale systems changes, it's something we want to invest in. So to that end, for example, we started something called a Future Right Skills Network about 2.5 years back, with the intention that if we were to look at working with large-scale government systems, especially on the skilling side of things, we need to get all of our stakeholders aligned to that common vision and mission, right? So that the energy is not dissipated in 10 directions, but they're converging to a common goal which can actually bring a shift, right? Because for movements to happen, it needs to be large scale and a lot of people need to come together for that change, right? So I think, and you would see this as a very sort of emerging trend of working as collaboratives across the board, right? So I'm a part of another collaborative called the Life Skills Collaborative, where the core vision is to say how do we talk about the life skills education at the core of the learning ecosystems. And it really brings together some of the best organizations from across the country which focus on the vision of life skills and get them to actually co-create solutions. And then each of the organizations works in their respective ecosystems with the governments they work with central governments, state governments, with their circle of influence of smaller organizations, schools, colleges, whatever, right? And these are the things that create movement. So that alignment in terms of being able to get people together on common vision and really investing in collaborative action by really, making it very visible. Like it's easy to say that we have a network of 50 people, 50 organizations, but having a network called the Future Right Skills Network, which is converging to how do we bring about large-scale systems change in ITIs in the country, which brings donors together. We have about 4 donors who invest in it. We have about 10 not-for-profits who are a part of that collaborative. We have about 12 state governments which are a part of it, including the central ministry, which also sort of, is aligned to a lot of the goals that we work with. So that's like one of the things that we've really invested in. I think the other thing from a scale perspective, I think is to be able to build replicable solutions. And I think that is where technology plays a really critical role. So when I spoke about the fact that you need, more young people to be trained on 21st century skills for them to be really employable, then what kind of solutions are we creating, which can not just be used by us as an organization, but can our solutions be used by hundreds of other organizations? And how are we packaging them, how are we productizing them, and how are we making sure that we're putting them out in the public domain under potentially a Creative Commons license, which is available to a lot of people, right? So that intentionality of being able to create public goods and being able to create products, and hence, like, for example, where technology becomes really critical from a learning standpoint is that somebody again spoke about teachers in the morning. I completely agree with the fact that no teaching learning experience can be humanized without teachers being an integral part of it. But also the reality of our country today is that we don't have the best of teachers. And especially when you move to sectors like vocational skilling, if you look at, the vocational ecosystems, they don't have good teachers. And that is when, if technology products and solutions can enable teachers to do what they do better and simply and in an easier manner, that brings about a large-scale shift into things. So I think investing in some of these kinds of products which could aid teachers, which could aid learning, where learners can also learn on their own, because for everything you don't necessarily have to go to the teacher. You could learn certain things on your own, and then you could actually go to the classroom and talk about what you learned, reflect upon what you learned, right? So that process itself gives a whole bunch of learning. And just the last thing, and I'll stop, I think the third thing which has really made the partnerships work for us is to really create a level playing field. I think when there is a lot of hierarchy or power dynamics into partnerships, we do run into problems, right? So when we have a more equal partner, whether you're working with the government or whether you're working with donors or whether you're working with other practitioners, I think being able to create that common value, being able to create that level playing field and being able to create that respect, I think that really creates good partnerships. So yeah, I think those were...
Thank you. Fairly said, Nikita. I think very wonderful discussion with all the four panelists. I want right now to open this forum for the questions and answers if there are any. Please state your name and we can have about 4 to 5 questions max. So please keep it short.
Yeah, hello everyone, my name is Mandar from Prash Foundation. So my question is, when the organizations are small in size, then the quality gets maintained. Because you sit together, you interact, the foundation is quite strong, the capacity building is there. But slowly, when organizations become bigger and bigger in the size, then the quality gets hampered. So how to maintain the quality when you become bigger in the size? Why I'm asking this question is because I'm from a CSR front. And there are organizations who tell us that we are based at Karnataka, we are based at Maharashtra, but we can work anywhere in India. You just give us the funding. So I told them that, do you know the context? Do you know the geography of that region? Do you have any rapport of that particular area? No, we can work anywhere, sir. We will hire the people and we can work anywhere. This is the approach nowadays. So while doing the partnerships and when the organizations become bigger and bigger in size, how to maintain the quality is my question.
Whom do you want to answer? I mean, address to whom?
It's a very, very important question. And today we're about 1,500 people. And we expanded at one time, and even now we have set a goal of reaching 100 million children in the next 10 years. Obviously, as somebody in my team before coming here, I had a meeting with our staff here at our Hooghly Science Center, said, aren't you worried that quality is going to go down? And yes, when you scale, and when you scale fast and rapidly, and we did exactly what these guys are saying to you they would like to do, we did that. We continue to do that. So my answer was, yes, I'm aware that quality can dip, but unless the system is stretched, I will not do what is needed in order to reverse the dip in quality. And when you do that, you begin to institute new ways of monitoring, controlling quality, which you wouldn't otherwise have done. So when we expanded rapidly, my COO came to me and said, I'm worried about quality. So we said, okay, we better do something. We created a quality assurance team, an internal master trainer team. We began to brainstorm. We came up with new ways of quality assurance and control, which would not have happened had we not expanded so rapidly, because we felt the pressure, right? So there are systems and processes that we have developed, some of which I think are unprecedented at the grassroots, right from how to run a class. Because as we speak, there are about 1,000 classes going on around the country, Agastya classes. How do you know the teacher is spreading the mission? So we put in systems and procedures and ways of monitoring. They're not perfect, because you get bigger and bigger. But you can do it, one. The second, and this is very important, is the motivation of the people working for you. Reason quality slips is former Dr. Kalam's successor, Atre, told me, Ramji, at that time we were about 100 people. You're fine. I guarantee you when you double or treble, the number of people who are going to have the same motivation is going to be a very, very small percentage of the total. So how do you avoid that shrinkage? Everyone is not going to be as motivated as, the most motivated person, right? So that's where you've got to create an environment through the way you articulate your mission and the simplicity of it, where people who join you and work for you believe they're doing something of vital importance, in our case, to the nation. Okay? There is a story, and I'll stop. When John Kennedy in 1960 or 61 at a famous speech at Rice University talked about putting a man on the moon before the end of the decade. In 62 he visited NASA. And as he was leaving, he saw a janitor. And he looked at the janitor and said, "Hi, I'm John Kennedy. What are you doing?" And the janitor responded, "Sir, Mr. President, I'm helping to put a man on the moon." Right? The janitor believed that by keeping the place clean, disciplined, he was creating an environment where the scientists and engineers could work more happily, collaboratively, all the stuff we've talked about to help put a man on the moon. So your target should be how to get the janitor and the sweeper in your organization to understand your mission in the way that they want to interpret it. It may not be, they won't talk about exponential decays of vision, right? In their own way, they must feel that my work is helping Agastya or whichever organization to put the equivalent of a man or woman on the moon. If you achieve that, my friend, 80% of your problems are taken care of.
Thank you. Ranji sir and Sarita, I represent the Bayer Group of companies in India. We spoke of public-private partnerships. I seek your wisdom on how do you get private-private partnerships on board. I'm struggling with other corporates joining my programs. So when I speak about my programs, the AHA movement is created. It doesn't go to AHA or AHA. So some thoughts.
See, problem with a lot of you need to understand because it's context dependent. I can give you a general plain vanilla answer, right? But I'm not doing you a favor. You've got to understand exactly why those things are not happening. Are you talking to the right person in the organization who can make the decision, right? There are gatekeepers, there are decision makers, there are influencers. So who are you talking to, one? Two is, are you talking to them in terms of, firstly, have you understood what their objective is? Okay? We all understand what our objective is if we've got it right. But very few of us understand the other person's objective. What is the other person trying to achieve? And how do you fit in what you're doing in terms of showing them in their language how they will achieve their objective? Very important. I learned this in '83. I was a young banker in Puerto Rico. And I was in charge of electronic banking for Citibank. And we would go around talking about the features of our system. Then we were sent on a training program that IBM at that time was the big blue. They would train us on how to sell. The IBM guy took us to a restaurant, really nice restaurant in Miami, and called the waiter and said, "Take us through the menu." The waiter started reeling out the menu. In about 3 or 4 minutes, all our eyes were glazed, and we couldn't remember a single thing. Then the IBM guy said, "Stop. What are the main highlight dishes here?" And the waiter said, "Well, that depends on what do you like, sir, seafood? Or you like chicken, or you like this, or vegetarian, whatever." And then he just focused on the highlights. And suddenly, we were all more engaged. And the IBM guy said, "I rest my case." So what he said is, you guys, when you're selling in Citibank, Ramji and your team, you're selling on features. Okay? Start first with objectives, then benefits. Finally talk about features. And I think that's true even today, 40 years later. So understanding the partner's objective, most of us don't spend enough time. Mea culpa, I don't either. Because I say I'm busy and how am I going to understand what his or her objectives are yet? It's taking too much time. But that is critical. Who you're talking to, understand their objectives, talk in their language. These are just some suggestions, maybe you've already gone through it, but we can have an offline conversation.
And I just wanted to add to what Ramji was saying, just to respond. I think a very lived example of what Ramji was talking about. So for example, what we do is an annual Funder Collab, which is not, at the time when we have to do our renewals of the year and all of those things, right? The idea is to actually invest in dialogues and, really alignment of vision. So in that entire day that we spend with we bring all of our donors together in one room, and a lot of times people ask us this question that is this a regular practice? Because a lot of people don't do that. They want to keep their donors away from each other because, sometimes people would feel that there may be some influences, etc. But we've been doing that as a practice for at least 6 years now as Quest. And I think the entire conversation there is that what is the change we want to see in this country? And hence, where are all of us aligning? And if all of us continue to stay stuck to our goals and objectives and our only ways of doing it, it's not going to happen. Right? So that investment in that dialogue has to happen very intentionally year on year, right? And that actually gave birth to the Future Right Skills Network, where 3 of our donors have actually pulled in funds to work on a common vision, and they had to do some amount of letting go of their own approaches, their own states, like this is the only state I'll work in, or this is the only audience I'll work in. They've really aligned and come together. So I think that part of what does it take for vision alignment needs an investment, it needs continuous conversations, it needs persistence, it needs effort. So I think if we again do that intentionally, I think it really works, and I can tell you that it's really worked for us.
So I just wanted to add to what Ramji said actually. It was a learning curve, exactly what you said for us. So when we launched Hingo and when we were talking to corporates about Hingo, we were first highlighting the features of Hingo, showing them what's in it for them, right? No cost of implementation, seamless donations, you are co-funding your CSR projects, etc., etc. But then we realized, but let us at least explain why we worked so hard on Hingo. What is this technology solution? That's when we first, up front in the doc, in the deck, started explaining what's the objective of Hingo, which is building an endowment for NGOs so that it creates a steady stream of flows for them and supports them over a long period of time, so that they don't have to worry about fundraising and focus on the work that they're doing. When we started talking about this vision and this objective, that's when corporates started liking the idea and started engaging with us. So yeah, exactly what you're saying. I mean, that's the learning curve for us.
Try and find the hot button. Easier said than done. We all have hot buttons, but no one else knows. Maybe my wife, of course, she presses them all the time, so she knows my hot buttons. But good and bad. Now, if you try to get my attention, and all you have to do is, I read a book by J. Krishnamurti. It was this. What do you think? You'll immediately get my attention, because I respond to it almost viscerally, because it goes back to my childhood and my admiration for the man. And then after that, if you say, can we talk about doing something? Have you got a more willing listener? Yes. So if you have the time or you have the savvy to divine somebody's hot button, I think that will be the secret sauce to anything. I mean, by the way, if you find out, let me know.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Nayak. I'm part of the foundation. This question is to Nikita. Nikita, Desh always keeps telling us about one issue we have in the not-for-profit is that we don't have a complete customer loop, unlike a for-profit, where your customer rejects you or your competition takes away your customer. We don't have that situation in the not-for-profit. So now my question to you is, when we work with partners and try to impact the end customer or the beneficiary to a partner, the customer is going further away from what we have been currently doing. So, and I know Quest Alliance is working largely through partners. So how do you manage to get your end beneficiary feedback even though you are actually delivering impact to a partner? So I'm keen to understand that, because we want to be going down that journey.
I'll attempt, and I'm sure there'll be other people to add. So I think a couple of things that comes to mind, right, in terms of the practices that we follow. I think one, we need to have very strong feedback loops. So for example, if we are partnering with Deshpande Foundation on some of our digital content and blended experiences, I think for us to be able to our content teams especially who are really building some of these solutions to be regularly going to the partner sites and collecting solutions. And again, I think with, feedback. I think with technology, a lot of the monitoring of quality has become a lot easier because earlier, you would have to go everywhere, maybe conduct FGDs, go sit in the classrooms to see what's happening. But now if there is a way that you have observers, or even let's say, we're building solutions that are being used by the Deshpande Foundation, if we could give you a monitoring framework or a quality control framework using with which you could give us feedback saying this is working or this is not working, and this is the feedback, what needs to go back and shift things. So I think that process building is important and investing in that whole feedback loop is important, and I think technology makes it a lot easier. The other thing I was going to say, which is now slipped my mind, I will come back. I forgot what was the second point.
No, fair enough, and I thank you. I just want to say, by the way, we have had an outstanding partnership with the Deshpande Foundation. Yes. Since, I don't know, I guess 2007 or 8. And, it's one of the best partnerships we've had, for the record. Yeah, last question. Yeah.
Vivek from Deshpande Foundation. Ramji and Nikita and others, you all have created solutions, productized it, and given it to your partners to implement. But how did you come to know what needs to be hardened in the productization, what needs to be at least soft, which can be customizable from the customer point of view, region point of view, and delivery point of view? And how did you come to that kind of conclusions?
Okay, basically, starting from first principles, any star business has to fulfill two things. One is there has to be a gap in the market, and the second is there has to be a market in the gap. Okay? Now, the market in the gap could exist, or you can create it over time. So you need to go and find out what is the gap in the market. Now, if you're lazy and you're not able to find out, you're never going to be able to create products in the first place, or services, because you don't have the domain knowledge. I remember P.K. Iyengar telling me when I started Agastya, look, we live in a copycat culture. This was 1999. A lot has changed since then. For God's sake, don't create a copycat organization. Create new ways of doing things that the rest of the world will come and say, wow, we would like to know how you did it and we'd like to use this, which to a large extent we've done. And that happened not because we're all so brilliant, but because we said, let's go and try and understand what the gap in the market is. Walk into a village, look for some asymmetry. Or sometimes it's just the power of creative brainstorming. So it could be anything. Have open-minded curiosity. The products begin to come. The services begin to come. Now, in our case in education, by and large, the needs are very similar because we are addressing basic human urges, curiosity. The need to want to find out is a very basic human urge. Now, how you do it, whether you do it through storytelling or hands-on science or something else, that's different. The need to want to create something. Most of us want to be able to at least say we created, but we may not know what it takes and so on. The need to want to be confident. My father used to tell me, confidence is half the battle. So these are sort of almost human emotions. And so when we cater to those, inherently there is widespread applicability to what we do. Now you may have to tweak it. If you go to some places, you may have to speak in their language, relate science concepts, for instance, that we teach through hands-on learning, to real-world problems that they face. You'll have to make those connections as part of the augmented product or augmented service. So there's the core product or core service. There's the augmented one. based on the inputs you take from your people all over the country or from other sources. You begin to augment it, tweak it, give it different words because people respond differently to different words in different cultures. There are certain things we call here in the South, give it a name, we can't have the same name in the North. They relate to it slightly differently. So the packaging, subliminal as well as the actual tangible thing, needs to be tweaked. There's a lot of nuance, but you can't have 1,000 flowers, because then it'll become unmanageable. So you have to build that balance, which you can do over time. But the key thing is create a culture of innovation so that there is something you have to package. Otherwise, there is nothing for you to try and even package and tweak, right? So you got to learn to innovate and do it continuously.
I think lovely answer, but we have run out of time. We have some time outside to have an informal interaction, so we can go ahead with that. But I'd like to thank the panel from all the audience here and from Deshpande Foundation for a wonderful session. It was a lovely conversation. It's just a starting point on impact through partnerships. I think we are learning, we will learn more, and we'll invite the learnings that have come in from the discussion, and we'll take it forward. Look forward to meet you sometime later, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful discussion. We'd now like to request Mr. Vivek Pawar, STFDF, to please present the mementos to our guests. Folks, can you please just stay down for some more time? Please be seated.
Deshpande Foundation to deliver the vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few minutes. I know it has been a really tiring day. We have really troubled you yesterday, I know, on the social immersion, where you really walked from morning 6 o'clock, never left you till evening. I also know it's been a long day. But thank you, each one of you who have come here, who have gathered this evening. Before I like to share an official vote of thanks, I would like that we all give a round of applause for each other who have made it. Excellent. On behalf of the entire Deshpande Foundation, I would actually like to thank you all for making it from different places. I know we have delegates come from Canada, USA, we have from different states. All of you all come from various places. Thank you for making your time, being with us. It really means a lot. Trust me, I'm speaking from the bottom and the core of my heart, at each one who are especially sitting on the seat right now. Yeah, not for those outside alone, for everyone, nevertheless, because it's a recorded message. Yeah, so I will go back, but definitely, thank you. Thank you, and keep coming each year. This 14th Development Dialogue has been very special for us because it's a gap of 2.5 years that we couldn't see you face to face, and we want more of you all each year. So I would like to, this event, I think, which you have seen across and witnessed, whether it was the food arrangements, the travel, the logistics, the accommodation, name everything from registration, from welcoming, from the, I think even the MCs, Arundhati, Piyush, the backstage whom we have seen faces, who have not seen the faces who are. I think because of them, this event has been possible. and I would like to thank each one of them. In fact, I wanted the entire team to come here, whoever is present, if possible. You all can just gather quickly, whoever is available here, quickly. Just pull it up. I see some faces all walking out there. Please come in. Please come in. They would like to see the tireless faces who have worked day and night for you all. In fact, many had sleepless nights. You will see the drivers, the logistics team and everyone, their eyes are sunken. Probably by the end of the day they will collapse soon. Quickly, I would like the volunteers, please, quick, let's just hurry up. So we have a very, very special event that's coming up, the Evening with Legends, that will soon happen at the Infosys campus. So after this, you all are going to gather as a networking session, just for tea and everything, so that you can do whatever you like. Now, no rules and regulations for you all. Nobody is going to block you for an hour or so. And then later, we all will try to pull you off to the beautiful Infosys campus. And this is going to be a very special moment in your life. In the starlit nights, beautiful pleasant breeze, is going to be a confluence of great speakers and great cultural performances and some dialogues with the actual legends, the beneficiaries, apart from Narayan Murthy and whoever would be present. So these are the star-studded faces. Let me get out of this. Everybody, please come in. I can't name each one of them, and there are many more faces behind this. Thank you, please. This is all for you all being here. Thank you so much. With this, that's the IT team, that's operations team, that's the media team, that is the travel team, web communications, tech team, master of ceremonies team, creativity, housekeeping, finance, the BF, the core team, the external, the IT, the hospitality partners, the vendors who made a probably good lunch for you all, the transport agencies, the catering partners, printing partners, press committee, on and on. I'm exhausted. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, team. Thank you so much. You all mean a lot for us. Please. And the delegates, now you're open, I think. Anything else left? So it's your tea time. And have a merry time, and have fun in this evening. But please do not miss the Evening with Legends program. Thank you. See you all there.